Hello travelers, and welcome to the Horror Greenbook, the channel that takes you from coast to coast and con to con. I am your travel guide, Brendon, bringing to you one of my absolute favorite horror conventions, Houston Horror Film Fest. This is my fourth year in a row going. I have so much fun every time I go here, loaded with all types of great films to check out the entire weekend, all types of horror celebrities. We have the cast of Terrifier from all the way from All Hallows Eve on up to Terrifier 3. We have people such as Zach Galligan in the house. We have Malcolm McDowell, Linda Blair, Danielle Harris, Scout Taylor Compton. The list goes on and on, people. I have to go in and get my wristband for this weekend, but guys, it's going to be a blast. The rain was out earlier, but the sun's still peeking out a little bit. We have a couple of hours left of sunlight before it's safe for us vampires to enjoy our reign of terror. So join us travelers as we go on and enjoy Houston Horror Film Fest 2025. Oh, it's such a welcome sight seeing the Marriott Houston Westchase. So you know it is going to be a blast, man. Going to meet up with all sorts of friends from previous years, new friends for this year. Man, I wish you guys could be here with me, but of course you guys are here with me. Well, everyone's hanging out, vibing. The convention has only been going for a couple of hours, but of course it's going to be madness as everything continues. Oh guys, I just can't wait to hang out and vibe with all of my horror friends here in Houston. Glad that you could be here to join me. And of course, as we walk through, see my boy Scott back there, styling and profiling. Everyone's just vibing. Man, it's such a fantastic time here at Houston Horror Film Fest. Well, you know it's official, guys. We have the wristband going. We have the crowds going. We have like the celebrity and vendor rooms right here. We're gonna walk around and we're gonna check out like some of the vendors and such. Of course, all the great cosplayers. We're gonna have a great time, guys. Let's go ahead and get to it. And of course, like every Houston Horror Film Fest, you are able to get tattoos done here. It's always a lovely sight to see. So when coming back with an awesome convention souvenir. And over here we have promotions going on for the new The Conjuring movie, The Conjuring Last Rites. Very awesome, guys. And guys, of course, the Terrifier cast are so big now, they require their own rooms. Hey, gotta love it. And you have people going in and out of the screening room. Of course, they're showing films all weekend, which is one of my favorite parts of Houston Horror Film Fest, is the actual film fest part. And of course, you have the line for the ATM. It's not tapped out just yet because it's Friday, but we'll see how long it holds out. It's Friday, and this dude's already hung over. Oh, wait a second. I recognize him. So good to see them again. Another awesome and very cool and festive booth. Gotta love seeing our friends from other conventions again. So many awesome hats and such. Love it. Can't wait to come back and talk with them again when they're a little bit less busy, but always good to see them again. Guys, that's the great thing about coming to these conventions, seeing familiar faces, saying hellos, and you know, seeing what's been going on since the last time that you've run into them. So guys, of course, I'm gonna go ahead and check out Black Ribbon. Okay, travelers, we're here for Saturday, which of course is the crazy busy day here at Houston Horror Film Festival and pretty much every other convention across the nation. I've already parked, now walking to the venue. Of course, I got the battle vest on, got the fangs in, got the brand new Near Dark shirt. So representing Rest in peace to Bill. So guys, we're gonna have a great time for Saturday. Mainly going to get a lot of panels, so stay tuned for some awesome information from some of our cast members of our favorite horror films, guys. So let's go get to it. Okay guys, it's early Saturday, so people are waking up from last night, lining up to go into the rooms. The panels will start in roughly another hour, so I'm gonna go hang out a bit and see what friends are up to and go ahead and have a blast here at HHFF. Guys, you can just feel the energy in the air. You can tell people are starting to flood downstairs, especially the people that are staying here for the weekend. There's that extra convenience. I'm not staying here on site, but I'm thinking next year I'm going to do that and stay an extra day or two because it's just so much fun here hanging out with the horror family, guys. But we have a lot planned for today, so stay tuned. We're gonna have a fantastic Saturday here at Houston Horror Film Fest. Alright guys, we are here at Beautiful Horror. My friends Tristan and Christina here doing their things. All types of awesome glassware here. All of our favorites. Very cool, and I love how they are color changing, guys. So, for example, I love how they always have clips of the glassware to show you how absolutely cool they are. I bought one for my son for Christmas, and he absolutely loves his Beetlejuice one. He takes it pretty much a lot of places, and a lot of people ask, hey, where'd you get that from? So we always tell them, hey, Beautiful Horror, and check it out. And they have all types of other ones as well, the cool colors right there. All types of cool ones, guys. And even if you're into tumblers, we have tumblers here. And if you really want to show off, you got the Bluetooth speaker ones, guys. So you can go ahead and listen to your favorite tunes when you're on the beach, by the pool, and representing your horror fandom, guys. So it's one of the best things about horror cons is supporting our amazing friends. So we have card right here and the QR code to where you can find the merchandise, guys. Okay guys, I have to show some love to my local horror store, Elm Street Toys. Go ahead and check them out if you're ever in the DFW area, especially the North DFW area near Allen. Support this cool local shop. They are at plenty of horror cons in the Texas area. Show you guys a little bit of what they have. Of course, they have posters, all types of figures, NECA, Funko Pops, all the cool, legitimate items, authentic items. These are no bootlegs or anything like that, guys. Oh, no, you're all good, brother. And everything you could possibly want, guys. Affordable prices. They're not beating your head over trying to tax you. Absolutely love this store, guys. So you can find them online. You can check them out at elmstreettoys.com. You can find them on Instagram, Facebook, X, and TikTok. Guys, all the good things you'll possibly want, guys. Way more stuff than you can find at a convention online. From the creator of Venom Killer Filler, we have Bloody Blush. Find it at bloodyblush.com. I'm Bloody Blush, or Bloody Blush on TikTok. Guys, check out what you have here. I love the actual containers that they're in. We have ones that hydrate. We have the more matte finish. And then we have the plumpers there. So, cool variety there. Different sizes right there for handmade lipsticks. 35 for the full size, 15 for the travel size. So, extremely affordable, guys. So, Jack, are you all play and no work this weekend? All play. All play, no work. He's a happy guy now. I'm in line for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 panel. You can see how deep it is getting out here. I'm glad I'm in line at least, so I'll have a seat because we're in Texas, so of course Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 is quite a delightful film. You know, it takes place there in Texas OU weekend, so it's a beloved film for us here.
The original. This movie set the standard, I believe, for black comedy horror films. And today, you guys are in for a special treat because from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, we have for you Caroline Williams, Bill Johnson, and Bill Mosley. So please give them a Let's get your microphones. Hi. Nice to meet you. Mr.
Tom Wilhelm.
We can hear her. She doesn't need a microphone for that legendary scream, but we're going to give you one anyway. Well, guys, look at this. Who do we have? Another round of applause. Y'all know how this works. I'm going to start off by asking them questions. We have 1 hour, so I'll ask some, and then we're going to turn it over to you guys, okay? So let's get started. First of all, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be on the panel with you, interviewing you, asking you questions. Caroline, you as Benita Stretchbrock, I think, really put the mold in place for the final girl. And it was tremendous range that you showed us. You were not only hilarious with lines like, are you mad at me? Which was my favorite. But you also displayed courage. You were almost like an action figure in that movie. Like it was almost an action movie in a respect. I think we could add that in there.
Hello, Mika, you fucker.
Just the perfect blend, and I think a lot of people post Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 used you as a mold. Can you tell us how you, what did you do to get that perfect blend of humor and terror?
I must say, I stand on the shoulders of the incredible Marilyn Burns. Yes. I mean, she really was one for the ages. She really, the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, you know, they built the house that we all live in. And they broke the mold to date of what a horror film was going to be about. Now, I'm not exempting George Romero and his Night of the Living Dead. Not at all. The difference is Texas is such a unique place. Texas itself is a character in the film. And every single character reflects what Texas is about and who Texans are. And without that sense of identity, I don't know that the public, as time has gone on, because, you know, at the time it was first released, people thought it was a porn film. It was, yeah, seriously. It was not acceptable. It was considered to be an ugly and awful and horrible thing. It's only now that it's made it into the Museum of Modern Art. But I think the Texas identity, and particularly Marilyn and her portrayal, is what set the stage for my character, because Chainsaw 2 was written by Kit Carson and Toby Hooper, and it's that curious creation that brought about a little bit of a new incarnation of the final girl and brought her into the 80s. So that's kind of the way I saw it. That's the way I approached it.
I agree. If it was just called the Chainsaw Massacre, it doesn't have that sting, that Texas in it. That really is what adds. Absolutely.
What about your audition?
Yes, please.
That really said that.
Okay, I can tell you about my audition in 4 lines.
Make it 6.
I won't do it. I drive to Austin to audition. It was 13 years later. I go into the audition room in Austin, and the audition room is a part of the overall Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 campus that was set up in Austin. I'm sitting in the outside hallway, long hallway, and girls go in and girls go out, in, out. The only text in the script was "they live on fear, they live on fear." The rest of it was all action. She runs screaming through the radio station. She busts into the ice house. She slams the door shut. She grabs a weapon. They live on fear, they live on fear. And so that's what I did. I ran screaming down the hallway. I ran in working. I bust through the doors. I slam them shut. I go over to where Kit and Toby are sitting. I pull on their chairs. I get their chairs. They have to stand up. I get their chairs and pile the chairs in front of the door, and I crawl over to a corner, and I got my imaginary weapon. They live on fear. They live on fear. And that's how I had bigger tits. I just had bigger attitude.
That should be a t-shirt. Bill, what about the Texas Chainsaw Manicure? Can you tell us about that?
Oh yeah. Hey. Well, let's see. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre freaked me out, and I saw it in Boston on the tail end of the double bill with Enter the Dragon. That was the first time I'd ever seen a Bruce Lee film. This was in the combat zone of Boston, and it was a Sunday afternoon, and I'd never seen a Bruce Lee movie, and it was a very lively crowd. They were going, "Kick his ass, Bruce!" And so we all, enjoyed the first movie, and then came Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and it just sucked the air out of me. What the hell is this? And I was like, I'm a horror movie fan, so I was like, what the hell is this? And it took me a long time to kind of get right with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I come from rural Illinois, and those old dilapidated barns where they're selling night crawlers for the fishermen. That was kind of rustic and kind of fun for me until the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and those gas stations with the wieners on the rotisserie. That was kind of fun for me. I even ate a couple. But after the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I wondered, whose wieners are those? And so it was stuck in my head, and each time I watched it, it got worse. And finally, I was working on a ranch in Wyoming one summer. This was probably 1984, and I was working with a crazy kid who was a sugar freak. And we were working in the hot Wyoming sun, digging irrigation ditches. And when he would start the day with Frosted Flakes and bug juice and Mars bars, whatever the heck it was. And he would go into what I called sugar deliriums. So we would be working hard, the sun would be beating down, and this kid would start he'd start saying voices, he would do cartoon characters, he would sing top 40 hits, he was just a nut. And one day, and I was turning a deaf ear to him, and one day he was like going, Captain Crunch, Captain Crunch! And then, I was like, oh God, here he goes again. And then all of a sudden he went, Texas Chainsaw Manicure! And then just continued to blather on. And I was like, oh shit. And I saw it all of a sudden in a flash. I saw a beauty parlor. I saw a woman going in to get her hair done. I saw her sitting under the dryer. And I was saying, I think I'll have a manicure. And so I came back to New York City, where I was living at the time, and I gathered some friends, and we went to a beauty parlor on a Sunday afternoon, took it over, and shot the Texas Chainsaw Manicure. And woman goes in, gets her hair done, sitting under the dryer, wants a manicure. Beautician calls to the back of the shop, manicure! And you hear the saw rev, and this sliding silver door in the back of the shop, and out comes Leatherface with the saw. And this woman is trapped under the hair dryer, and he comes over and starts sawing on her fingers. She's like, she's screaming, and then and then she passes out with fear. And then they come over, the beautician comes over and kind of slaps her cheek. He goes, no. She's got a fabulous manicure. So she goes out of the shop and goes to her husband in a little pickup truck, and played by me as the hitchhiker. And she goes, "Look, honey, I got the best manicure ever." And I go, "Hey, that's great, honey. We should celebrate with some head cheese." And I actually bought a hunk of head cheese and licked it. It was not good. I showed that to Tobe Hooper. And Tobe Hooper at the time, was planning to do a sequel to Chainsaw, our wonderful movie Chainsaw 2. And he saw me, portray that, 20 seconds, portray the hitchhiker. And he offered me the job, just on the basis of that short film. And I just want to say parenthetically, when people say, "How did you get into the business? What do you do? What do I do?" Make your own little movie. Put it up on YouTube, put it up on Instagram, whatever they TikTok. And that's how I got the job as Chop Top. And, so I'm very grateful to that guy. His name was John Wright. He was an orphan. This is the kid back in Wyoming. And his parents were funeral directors in Geneseo, Illinois. I think he went on to become a speed freak. But
As you do.
I love him, and I want to thank him if you're in the audience, John. Thank you for freaking out and going, "That's a Chainsaw Massacre."
Was that your first role, principal cast role in a movie?
Pretty much. Yes, I had done one other. I did a movie called Osa. It was like a female road warrior movie, and I played a character called Quilt Face, because I was trying to rape a 10-year-old, and she hit me with a hot grill in the face and created some kind of
Quilted pattern.
I that was just a movie. But,
The older I get, the more quilt face I get.
always getting these good roles, right? Yeah, I already read the joke like 10-year-old and tried. Yeah.
Bill Johnson, you brought your own kind of blend to Leatherface. That's one of the things I like about the franchise is the different Leatherfaces. Yours has been described as somewhat chaotic and a little bit horny. Can you tell us how you came to be in character like that?
I had a really weird upbringing. So I just borrowed from the family history. I guess that's it in a nutshell.
He's a romantic.
I sort of modeled my character after Quasimodo and Esmeralda is, and I was feeling very protective toward Stretch. And since Chop Top and Leatherface listen to K.O.P.A. and listening to the top hits, all these songs going through my head, romantic, sorrowful love songs, and then Alice Cooper, 18, I don't know. So, Tobe also, because what I ended up doing was a blend of what Tobe wanted, because he was coaching me from off camera. So he was the voice of my head. And a lot of it was, what's that over there? Oh, it's your brother, okay,
So Toby was kind of the horny part, it sounds like a little bit.
He was a significant other bringing me along in the, so I could, a la Epstein, perhaps.
But the scene with you and Stretch was with the chainsaw going towards the crotch. There was nothing, I don't think, like that before. It was very risque, sorry. Risque.
Oh.
And risky. Yeah, risky for you when the lady did. Risque for the audience. Was that in the script, or was that coaching from Tobe? Like, well, let's try this, put the chainsaw and go up the leg. Did you know that was going to happen?
It was scripted, but Bill, you should tell everybody about your audition with me. Our chemistry test. Remember, he brought you in to see if we had chemistry. And I had to sit in a chair with my legs apart, and he gave you a 2x4. Which, I mean, does imply something about language. And he had to, with his eyes, he doesn't get to say anything, he gets to make some sounds, but, you know, he had no dialogue, he doesn't speak. So everything was supposed to be in his eyes, and he's bringing that 2x4 up my leg. Do you remember that part? Remember that?
Now it all comes back. Yeah, it was, well, it was like I was being a stalker, but only boyfriend yet to be, and I just got hungry. Caroline, brilliant scream queen. She's beautiful, gorgeous, smart, strong, and dangerous. And such a wonderful actress, because she really, if there's a love scene that works, it's because the woman wills it to be so. You know, if the woman isn't willing, it just always flat as a pancake. So Caroline provided me a lot of space to make things happen. And I went with it, and it was like a Nantucket sleigh ride, you know. That's when guys go whaling in the boat, and the whale takes their skiff, and if you're not careful, it pulls you down. So I did my best to stay afloat, but I wanted to take my time. Because how often is an opportunity like that presented? So just force it, and so it was a great opportunity to be a horn dog and have that be okay with everybody.
And it could only have happened in the 80s because you didn't have a lot of the wokeism and a lot of the political correctness. Because when the movie was released, it was released without a rating. And it was because of that scene. And when we actually shot the scene, you can tell the saw does have teeth. And it has to be drawn up very delicately because it can cut your skin. And that was the moment that everybody just went out of their minds. They featured it in Playboy magazine. We had to be released with an NC-17. They were not going to give us an R. The canon did not want to accept an X. So that's why the movie, it didn't quite take off in the way that we would have wanted it to, because it was still back in the day, in the 80s. Horror was still considered porn. It was still trailer park, it was low class. You know, and it was very, very controversial. So,
but it's now become such a huge cult classic. That must be super meaningful to you guys. And people are cosplaying as y'all, or packed room coming to see you. So how has it been over the years seeing the audience strengthen and grow for this movie? I have two favorites from the franchise. The first one and y'all's, and they're so different. But so how is it for you guys seeing the audience grow?
all I can say is Terrifier, Catherine Corcoran. She took the dive off the high dive.
Oh, Catherine. Oh,
Yes. Yes.
Also, it's funny because years after we had done Chainsaw 2, I was at a party in Los Angeles, and Toby was there, and we were just chatting, and Toby said something that really blew my mind, and that was that he considered the original Chainsaw a comedy. And it was, what?
I read that.
Yeah, and that was a mind moment.
I think it went over the audience's head, the funny moment.
He thought that Chainsaw one was just hilarious.
It scared the heck out of me too. I don't know what was funny about it, but we don't make it obvious and chew the funny part. Speaking of, with your dialogue in particular and your character, which is iconic, you have some of the best one-liners in horror movie history. Was all of the dialogue written, or was there some improvisation in there? How did that come to be?
There was a lot of improv. I think the script when we got on the set was about 80 pages. And usually a script is about, a page per minute. And so, it's like at least, 90, 100, 105, 110 pages. And so it was kind of, in a way, weirdly and woefully underwritten. And
A lot of room.
and so there was a lot of room. And for instance, there was a day we were shooting the scene at the radio station, and I was smashing LG's head with a claw hammer. Another happy scene. And I was going like, a 1 and a 2, and I was like banging poor LG. Tom Savini was right off camera, pumping blood, and there was a tube that went from his little blood bucket to up Luke Perryman's leg LG, went up in the back of his neck and through his hair, and kind of stopped right here, so this blood was spraying on poor LG. And I'm like banging away, and Tom's pumping away, and LG is, writhing, and we had done, and I just kept making stuff up, like, time for incoming mail, and just banging away. And finally we had done maybe 10 or 12 takes of it. And this was back in the day with film in the cameras, and so there were bright lights, it was very hot. Each time we cut, we had to, clean LG up. Tom had to refill his blood bucket, and so it was a lot of effort. And finally, we had done maybe 10 or we had at least done 10 takes, and some of them we cut because the claw hammer that I had was made out of foam rubber, and it had a clothes hanger, wire inside it just to keep it up. So sometimes we'd go cut, and I go what? And I'd look, and the hammer would. So finally, we had done 10 takes, and a couple of them were good, and so Toby goes, yeah, that was good. Let's just try one more. And I was getting a little exasperated, and I said, Toby, am I doing something wrong? And he goes, oh, hell no, Bill, I'm just having fun watching you. And that to me was like the greatest compliment I've ever received as an actor. I thought, okay, well, that's awesome, all right. So, but I do have to say that Dog Will Hunt was like, Kid and Toby. But when I was at the radio station, it just came to me, which was the line, "Lick my plate, you dog dick." I don't know where that came out of me. It's just totally improv. I don't know where it came from to this day. But I think because when I was a kid, my mom was a terrible cook, so we had to eat everything on our plate. So we had the clean plate club. So lick my plate, maybe it was something to that.
But dog dick was all you.
Dog dick was on there.
From the mind to Mosley. Let's see if we have questions real quick. I don't want to hog them all up. Oh, do you have a question? Oh, come on up. What's up? I don't know what to do. I'll give you this.
Just pass it around.
Hi, okay, the mic is working. Hi, I've been to a Texas Chainsaw original panel, and they said the filming for that was like horrible and heat. And I know you guys filmed this one in Texas too, because I watched it yesterday, and the credits say often about it. So one, I hope your filming experience was better than theirs. And do you have any cool stories about like the finale when you're in the theme park? And was that an actual theme park or just like a set?
That was an actual theme park.
Well, but
Texas Battleland.
Texas Battleland, but they had to put the Texas Battleland letters back up, and they kind of had to enhance and improve what had kind of remained because it had fallen into disrepair. But those big ribs, and the little, they had the little kiddie land kind of roller coaster thing. But the underground layer and the interiors that you see, what was it again, guys? It was
Boston Statesman building, in the middle of the old newspaper in the middle of Boston, Texas.
It was where they would create the newspapers, and it was 3 industrial stories, that's big, for a presser creating a newspaper. And Terry White, an absolutely incredible art director, he gunite all over the interior, and he dressed all that out and created. It was like Oz, but for really fucked up people. And it provided, I would walk into work each day, it was uncomfortable. We got it to like, 115, 120 interior. And we didn't get to have much air conditioning, but it was just a wonderland. And we got to run and jump and play and have fights and scream and yell. And it was just, it was the greatest.
Oz for really fucked up people sounds like my kind of party. Love that.
The very last scene at the end, where you're swinging the chainsaw around right after you kill him, that has stuck in my mind since I first saw it when I was in college.
She didn't kill me, by the way. Chop Top is sleeping.
Chop Top was waiting. That was at the very top. Once again, it was about a 3-story drop off. And we were 2 weeks into filming. I had never picked up a chainsaw for any frickin' reason, particularly one that was running. And they wanted to shoot the end of the movie at golden hour. They call it golden hour as the sun's going in. And I just said, I can't do it. I've got to have some time with the saw. I can't do it. And Tony goes, well, go the fuck home then. And his assistant comes and gets me and says, the van's right over here. And they take me back to the place, the little village we were staying in. And I called my agent and I said, I think I'm fired. He said, wait until later tonight. If you get your call sheet for tomorrow, you'll know you're not fired. Because shooting film, if you've got 2 weeks in the can, they cannot replicate that, really. Now, today they can. If you're shooting red, if you're shooting digitally, they can fire your ass anytime. But blessedly, I did get my call sheet, and I did go on to be able to do the chainsaw dance. So, happy ending.
First, I just want to thank y'all for being here. And second, I know that I believe Gunnar made a cameo in that movie. Was there any other input from the original?
Gunnar made a cameo in Chainsaw 3D. I don't think he was in Chainsaw 2.
There were not any. The only holdovers from the original were Jim Sideout. Luke Perriman had been on the camera crew for the original. And Lou got to act as LG, a completely original character. Chop Top, original. My character, original. And then, of course, the incredible Dennis Hopper playing Lefty. We had no other holdovers from the original cast.
Yeah, because they wanted to be paid.
Well,
As it turns out.
I think they wanted to hire them to repeat as Leatherface. And, yeah.
He asked for a living wage.
He just wanted to eat dinner, but
He wanted to put gas in his car.
let's come over here. Hello. Maybe,
I've got a really
shout it out.
I just wanted to ask about working with Dennis Hopper, you just mentioned. It's the same year as Blue Velvet, so he was on a tear of
Hoosiers.
Yeah, iconic roles for him that year, and Chop Top is my favorite in the movie, but Dennis Hopper, his character Lefty, is my second favorite because he has such a magnanimous screen presence. What was it like working with him? And I think he had gotten sober by that point, but he's still pretty crazy. So any stories of the work with him?
Well, we got him right after he played Frank.
Okay.
So he was almost trying to do anti-Frank, I think. He was 18 months sober at the time, and I was 18 months sober. So we were kind of in uncharted territory a little bit. I learned everything about acting for the camera that I know from him in that film. The moments that I had to share with him were absolutely embedded in my mind, and they absolutely informed every single thing that I would do after, because it does mean something. And I read an article recently with Tom Cruise where he was saying acting for camera is an essential if you're going to be a filmmaker. And it's absolutely true. If there's anybody out there who's an actor, it is an absolute essential, knowing the size of the lens, the way the lighting is set up, shot composition, whether it's a two-shot or a close-up. Those things are really essential. Also, his film history was so extraordinary. He worked for George Stevens, Nick Ray. One of his best friends was James Dean. The stories that man was able to tell. He knew Miles Davis. He knew everything about his cultural life was so rich. And to learn all these things from him. I do a quick story. Kirk Whalen is a very well-known Texas saxophone player. And he was just permanently ensconced on 6th Street at the time we were shooting. And I said to him, Dennis, you should go with me tonight to see Kirk Whalen on 6th Street. And he said, you're not going to impress me. I know Miles Davis. I know the greats. And I said, well, let's go and maybe you'll enjoy it. We get to the club. He is at the front of the stage, watching Kirk Whalen play, whooping, hollering. My God, the man was into the music. It was totally great. Shows up on the set the next day and he goes, so I took Caroline to see this amazing
I come to here and I'll go to you. Hello.
Alright, so we do know about your infamous corn bun as Chop Top. Have you ever thought about involving some your co-stars into that project? Did it ever? I know it's over now, but did you ever consider taking?
It's not an honor until it's
I got big plans. Not yet. That's a great question. But I did, Corn Bugs. Corn Bugs is a band I had with Buckethead, and I did it as Chop Top, and I was part of it. But I do know that citrate comes with a little blue part.
Oh, good.
All right.
He was calling another cosplay. Stand up, show your cosplay.
Repo fans.
Yeah. We have a question right here.
Yeah, I actually have two questions. First is, did any of y'all actually get to meet Joe Paul Briggs, and if so, what was it?
Yeah, well, we did, he showed up on set. He did a little cameo where he does the soft food. I've known him over the years, and he's a perfectly nice guy, John Bloom, and really, fun guy, really into it. So that's short answer.
I had the
I think the
biggest
last time I
crush.
worked with him was on an Iceland Films video. Yeah, Iceland.
I had the biggest crush on him. I had bought a first edition in 1985 of Evidence of Love. When I found out he was on the movie doing the scene and I did not have any dialogue with him, I'm not in the scene, I was crushed. But he did show up one day, I think, to hang out and watch, and I was too paralyzed with my crush to go meet him and say hello to him. But since then, I've seen him a couple of times at comments, so yeah.
Who else has a question?
We prefer Darcy.
Pass this over to that fella.
Hello. First, I want to say this rest in peace, my little boy. I also wanted to ask y'all if I had a memory of him during the filming. If you don't want to answer, I completely understand.
Oh no, I want to celebrate Bob. I've made so many convention appearances with Bob as my Leatherface. I always said that Bob and Bill were the perfect sort of Leatherface sandwich cookie. And I'm a sweet creamy filling in between. Because you can't have your star handling a running chainsaw. If anything were to go awry with that saw, the movie is over. Bob, being one of the most highly skilled and dedicated stuntmen in the business, and he was for his entire career, whenever there were action scenes with the running, when you see him chasing me through the underground where all the dioramas are down below, I've got an ATV with a camera crew in front of me, and I've got Bob swinging a running chainsaw, and yes, it did have teeth on it, and we're on a rocky surface, and boom, 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 we go, go, go. if I had fallen down, only somebody like Bob Elmore, being experienced as he is, knows how, what they used to say is queer the gag. Please don't take offense. He knew exactly how to where and when and how to ditch that chainsaw so that nobody gets hurt with it.
Are you implying that Bill Johnson would have just shot you and you?
And he would have done so with pleasure. Because that...
Get that bitch!
Burn her like a rat, burn her like a rat. Bill, somebody said to me, and I said it to Bill this morning, he was hired because his eyes were these, it was just like a kaleidoscope of emotions. The camera could settle on those eyes for 10 seconds and you would see desire, fear, anger, ambivalence. You would see everything. And that's where the portrayal of this version of Leatherface came in. Most of Gunner's shots were long shots. And that was just for economy's sake. They didn't have the time to do additional punch-ins and close-ups. They reserved those mostly for Marriott. But yeah.
It was harder to see the eyes in the first mask too. I think Savini must have widened the eye holes because you could really see his eyes. You almost felt you were almost a good guy. You're almost there. Definitely pulled on the heartstrings a little bit. And I have to say, I work in a haunted house in October because of course I do. And I was thinking about this the other day. There must have been 0 people with a chainsaw before these movies. But at every haunted house, you see a chainsaw guy, right? And a lot of them are direct cosplay of your version of Leatherface. So thank you for that.
Yep.
Who over here? We haven't had one over here yet. Oh, hi. Hello, sir.
I have a question for Bill.
Which Bill? Bill?
Bill Johnson. For your Leatherface, who came up with your chainsaw dance? Was it you? Was it Toby Hooper? Who came up with it?
I think that was Canute.
Canute Rocket?
The B team. And he called it the Chainsaw Shuffle. And that, yeah.
There's a lot of pelvis in that.
When you say Canute, do you mean the stand-in or the choreographer?
Canute Rockney.
Canute Rockney.
It
was a world famous.
Don't mind me.
Okay, sorry. It went for me, my bad.
It was Notre Dame football.
There you go.
Yeah. Good question.
Over here, some more questions? This side? Over okay, here, I'm gonna come back to you.
All the way back to the corner.
This question is for anyone. Do you have a favorite set piece or filming location from the film? For me, it's the bridge, mainly because there's a lot of movie magic. Anyone who has actually seen that bridge knows it's pretty short, but they filmed it to be like miles long. So do any of you guys have a favorite moment on set for a filming location or set?
I would go with your choice. Logistically speaking, and with John Way's stunt team and the drivers, it's one of the most incredible, it's one of the best achievements in film as far as I'm concerned that there is. Yes, there have been bigger car gags, there have been bigger stunt gags. This one involved so many moving pieces, and I think it's just brilliant.
Yeah, the driver was the stunt driver for the general in the Dukes of Hazzard. And he looked like a beach boy. He had this blonde, and and bob hair, and kind of moved around like a surfer, but he could drive like a mother.
Who did we have over here? Did you?
You didn't get one yesterday when you got here?
Texas Chainsaw 2 is pretty well known for its tonal shift from the original film. Within a year, Evil Dead 2 also came out with a similar shift in tone from the original film. I guess I'm curious as far as y'all know, was that just coincidence? Was there inspiration behind the other? And assuming you were a fan of the original film, what did you think of the shift in tone? Yeah, Bill, you too.
It's way too erudite. So you're talking about shift in tone between the first and second one. All right. So let's just take a look at actors who played the same role a lot of different times. Richard Burton played Hamlet 21 times. And his comment was, every time I got the script, brand new. And so that's how we would deal with it. Now, this script from Kit Carson was a different dimension. It was a family in a parallel dimension. And it was looking at Leatherface when he was, hitting his puberty, and he was curious, and he was excited, and he was dumbfounded, and kept getting kind of bad information from his older brother, Drayton, saying sex. We don't know what that is. So we know what that is. So I think I hadn't seen the first movie. I saw it the day before I auditioned. Yeah. And it was freaked me out. I felt very disturbed and in danger. And after I saw it, I checked all the doors and windows in the house that they were secure. It was really frightening. But reading the script, I got a sense of, and from Toby and Kit's input, that he was an adolescent, and he was busting out of the family mode, and he was going for it. And with Caroline urging me on through her actress eyes to go for it, I went for it. And Toby had to hold me back sometimes. Get that chainsaw, goddammit, we'll get her next week. So,
it was those shorts of hers too. So.
They cut them extra short.
The rhinestone shorts.
Yeah, those Daisy Dukes just my brains out.
They were dookier than Daisy Dukes. And it was not the usual shorts that I wore. It was a thong. And they gave me underpants. They were red with little black roses. And I thought, you're going to see my underpants?
No.
Do we have questions in the back? This guy?
It's a good
I want to have a question about Lou Perryman. For those who know, he was very important in the 70s, Texas Tennessee. Does anyone have any stories about him from the shoot or that he shared from his career?
He was, this is going to be hard.
We love him.
We loved him. My first day shooting is the scene when you see me walking into the chili cook-off. That was my first scene. And we're rehearsing the scene, and I walk in, and the minute we saw each other, he got up from where he was sitting, and he walked across the room. And he took my hand, and he said, "Hello, darling." And from that moment, I belonged to him. And I loved him deeply. And I cherished his friendship. And we remained in constant contact, as I was in constant contact with Marilyn. Because by 2007, I was doing the conventions, and that's when I met Marilyn. But Lou and I remained friends until he passed. And he was a wonderful, he was a wonderful, many-faceted, many-layered personality. He was a Leo. You know, when you walked in the room, he was there. You could see him.
I used to visit Luke. I lived in Austin at the time, and we'd go over to his man cave, and it was dark. It was his window air conditioner blasting. It was really cool that we get stoned. And then we talked philosophy. I think we both done est. And so we got deep into it and talking about the universe and the intentions of the universe. What is that all about? We had a great time. We had a great time together until that unfortunate act. So after that, the memories of, he did mention something about trying to promote the gossip that he was hung like a horse.
Oh, that's what I heard.
We were at Cinema Wasteland, and we were doing a panel. It was one of the very first conventions that I'd ever done. And he said, you know, I did that scene with Caroline when she says goodbye to me and I die. I had this erection. And my penis was so big that they had to specially edit the scene so you wouldn't see it. And I was looking at him like, do I say something? Do I not say something? Do I talk about baloney? What do I... Oh my God, he was the funniest. And I can tell you, when talking about the scenes that we had with Bill, and the scenes that we had in the radio station, he was one of those actors, he was at the heart, as this gentleman I believe said, he was at the very heart, at the very beginning of independent scenes, which actually started in Austin. Eagle Canal and Blue, and all of them, Robert Redford said he got the idea for Sundance from being in Austin and meeting those filmmakers and observing their dedication.
Yeah, Lou's brother was on.
Can you stand up really quick and show everyone your cosplay?
Yeah,
Look at this.
I won't make you pay.
Who had a question over here? Someone over here did a second one. Oh, over here, green hat guy.
I have a couple different questions. What all you guys? Number one, what was Jim like? Was he like the grandfather he really comes across as?
Well, start with that quickly. The way it works, at least the way I've seen it for all these years, is that there are no parents. So Jim is the oldest brother. Chop Top and the Hitchhiker are the twin middle brothers, and Bubba is the baby. There are no parents, so anyway, I love Jim. Jim had so many dirty jokes.
When I said grandparents, I mean he came across as like your own grandfather, my own grandfather, even in real life.
Yes.
My other question was, Mr. Mosley, you were involved, I guess, in the late 2000s, early 2000s. Maybe there was going to be something done with Toad's son. Do you know
Yes, the All-American Massacre.
Yes, sir. Can you tell us anything what happened with that?
Nothing yet. It's only been 25 years.
That's a long pre-production right there, boy.
Something that I can throw in, having discussed the various incarnations of Chainsaw and the most recent bidding war over the rights. Although we cannot play our characters from Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, we can be hired as actors to play other characters within any other incarnation of the Chainsaw story. And as far as I'm concerned, if they don't shoot in Bulgaria, I would get on board. I'm praying that whoever gets the next rights will shoot in Texas, because Texas is in fact a character in the film. And I'm just keeping my fingers crossed for that.
That was a weird choice. I guess it came down to finances.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
They paid them in boiled potatoes. And I am still very close to Ken Henkel and love him very dearly. He built the house I live in, and I will always be grateful. Whenever I'm in Austin, we always get together. And he never has to pick up the check. But the last time I saw him, we went to a really great restaurant. And we sat down, and I looked at him and I said, Kim, Bulgaria?
And what did he say?
What could he say?
He said, yes.
Have some of this paella.
Who has another question? Well, then okay, then I'll ask one. Did you guys do anything to get cast chemistry before filming started, or did you just meet on set? Was there a script reading? How did all of that go?
Well, from my perspective, Bill's makeup process was, my God, half of his day was getting into the makeup and getting out of the makeup. So they had squished hours to actually have him on camera. I did not meet him until the first time we actually met was as we were blocking the radio station tour scene. And the way the lighting was arranged, seeing him for the first time, and he was doing, I think you were like full on doing the method thing. Because you were
I don't know what that is. I don't think
I did not.
Oh yeah, it was a method. Yeah.
I did not meet Bill Mosley. I did not meet Bill Mosley. I met Chop Top. And I thought, who the fuck is this guy? And I didn't know if it was Tommy. I didn't know what. I didn't know why they hired him. I just, we'll get through it and we'll see what happens. And that was my perspective. And he did give me the creeps. And he had to simulate stepping over the coffee table in the radio station. And we had to, I know it was for serving the shot, but he was uncomfortably close to me as I'm taking him on the tour. Here's your tour, here's your tour. And it was only later, on odd occasions for lunch breaks and stuff, and he would still be in his makeup, that I actually started to get to know him. And then it was revelatory, because Bill and Chop Top were two entirely different individuals.
I think that probably worked out in your favor, actually, because the fear you had in that scene in the radio station was palpable, and your character, that first scene with you, was so creepy.
And I was trying to hold it in. My challenge, hold it in. If you go over the top, forget it. You can't go over the top with this one. This one was a cuddle bug. A total cuddle bug.
I can tell.
As Bob Elmore, we went to pick up Bob Elmore one morning to go to the set, and I go to knock on his door and get him to come down. He opens the door, and in his room, one bed is the one he slept in. The other bed, it was a mountain of children's toys. He was buying toys for his kids. And it was just, and that tells you everything. The heart and soul of Leatherface is actually a very sweet, creamy center. It really is.
Now you're the creamy center.
Just like Malamar.
The final chase scene between Stretch and Chop Top was very physical. And I watched it again the other day, and I can't tell if that's you guys the entire time, or did you have stunt people step in?
We had a little bit. I mean, there was, some of it was, I think it was maybe Dan Berenger, my stunt double, who gets the, he gets the lamp to the plate. But a lot of it was me. And it was funny because there was a scene, it's the scene where you see the exit sign, and Stretch runs up some stairs, and she's out on the Matterhorn, because the set was, it was a failed amusement park called Little Switzerland. So at the very end there, that's the Matterhorn, apparently.
That was
And,
Texas battle.
but as we go up the stairs, right behind, I think it's the hand grenade that the cook drops under the table, and there's an explosion. And Stretch goes first, and then I go, and then there's an explosion behind me. And Toby is sitting at the top of this little stairs, very close, and he's with the cameraman. And I do remember that it was the last day of shooting.
Yes.
And
we had shot 2 weeks.
Yes.
Without a break. We were
Yeah.
shooting 20-hour days.
Yeah.
A unit to unit. We just didn't stop. We didn't stop.
And so there was, so Toby said, well, in this one there's going to be an explosion behind you, so you better scurry up those stairs. And so I was like, oh God. And so Stretch goes first, and then I'm chasing her. And then there's an explosion behind us, and I just thought, oh, thank God I survived that. And then Toby said, that didn't really look that good. And the Israeli army guys who were like the explosive technicians decided they took it personally. They thought, oh yeah, it wasn't big enough. We'll show you an explosion. And I'm thinking, this is the last day. They could afford to kill me. Yeah, it was the last day. Everything would be in the can. So I was terrified that they were going to really just try to blow me up. And so I do remember getting a little adrenaline there. Ready, action! I'm like, oh! Man, I ran up those stairs, and there was a big explosion too.
But one of the scariest moments for Bill and for me, in a way, number one, my stunt double was Beth Newford. She was amazing. We were virtually identical. The stairs out there were this wide. It was like being on a ladder. And so the scrapes and bruises and everything were real. And we had to, of course, go through. They have to punch in on your face. You have to see the people. There was a moment when I kick him, and he goes into the railing, and a piece of the railing breaks free. And, Behringer, sure, he did the swing outward. Okay, Bill, now, Bill, it's your turn. Bill had to get on that piece of rail, and he had to swing out over virtually nothingness.
Well, there was a 30-foot drop to rusted metal.
Exactly. And now Behringer did take circle go down after the explosion. He goes down into the thing. But that was probably the most dangerous stunting that we did. We had to take some falls. It was very physical. That's what I loved about it. It was like being a little kid, But those stairs, those little narrow stairs, that was the biggest.
We're lucky to be alive.
I wonder if, so the underground Sawyer lair was very different tonally again than the first movie. This might be the last thing we say. We're almost done. Bill, since you were in Devil's Rejects as well, did Rob Zombie share with you if he was inspired by that set? I know he was inspired by the movie, but Dr. Satan's lair and the Sawyer underground lair were pretty similar.
I never heard him make a connection.
Wow. I mean, when I rewatched the movie again, and it came to mind, but maybe it was inspired by it. I'm not sure.
Well, the face being put on the actress. I don't know. I did it first. So there. Yes. But I worked for Rob, so it's okay.
Luke Temple's face.
Exactly.
Yes.
I also like to imagine. Okay, guys. Well, it's 1:28. We can do one final question if anybody has one. Little dude, come on. You. Yeah. I saw you raise your hand. Go back out now. Is it because I said little dude? I meant medium-sized fella. No? Anyone else before? Okay, back there, yell it out.
Shout it out.
With the winning chili, did y'all get to try the chili?
With the winning chili in the movie, can you describe the chili?
Ick. No.
Although I gotta give a shout out to Lou Perry for a little fry house. I built you a little fry house, Barbara.
And the thing is, the prop shop sort of began. He worked with the prop shop. He wanted to have the experience of actually building the fry house. He hadn't even met me yet. But he wanted the experience of building the fry house because it was such an important part of his characterization. So it really tells you everything about Lou as an actor.
It was a tremendous cast in that movie, certainly a memorable one. Again, I have the top two favorites, and they're tied because they're so totally different, but I love them so much. So this was like, hello, who do I get to talk to today? Caroline Williams, everyone.
In Austin, Texas. Good to see you all. This is amazing. I'm so glad you're here for this panel. What an interesting and exciting panel we're going to have. I wrote down something that I want to read to introduce these guys and this lady real quick, but let me read this real fast. If you were a kid in the 90s, it was almost impossible that Goosebumps didn't affect you in some way. Whether it be when R.L. Stine created Goosebumps in 1992, the series, the books, that got a lot of us into horror. That was like kind of an introduction to a lot of the kids into this genre. Or whether it be when the series came to television in 1995, it definitely got into our lives. A lot of you guys are just at the exact right age for being 90s Goosebumps fans. And now, of course, we have the new stuff, which is super fun to watch as well. But it kicked off with a lot of these people that you're going to see on this panel right now. Now, did you know this series would go on to be the highest rated kids show for 3 years, and it produced several iconic episodes. So I think we have everyone here. I'd love for you guys to give a warm welcome to Catherine Long. Check. All right, guys. Okay, so I'll start the questions off, and then I'm going to turn it over to y'all. So if you have questions, keep them in your head. I probably won't ask the same ones you have, but maybe I will. Let's start off with, I heard that if you were a kid in the 90s in Canada, you were either in this or you were in Are You Afraid of the Dark? If you're an actor, is this true?
Or both.
Or both, or either of you two, because I knew you came in around 2018.
That's right.
That's right. But so for you two, were you either of you in both of them?
Yes, I was in both. Yeah.
What about you?
I was also in both.
Oh my goodness! And I worked with somebody that was on, well now I can't remember, Tucker and Dale versus Evil, and they were in it too, and they were talking about the same thing. How many episodes were each of you guys in?
For Goosebumps, I was in the pilot, which everyone knows, the haunted mask, and so Amos and I were both in that one, and then we did the sequel together a year and a half later, the haunted mask 2, and those were the only ones that I was in of Goosebumps. Yeah.
And then might as well tell us about the Are You Afraid of the Dark? 'Cause I love that stuff too. Who didn't love that one?
Oh, yeah, the Are You Afraid of the Dark episode. I actually don't remember the name of the episode.
Tail of the Walking Shadow.
Tail of the Walking Shadow. I knew someone would know it, so thank you. Appreciate you showing up. But yes, I think it was about Macbeth and whatnot. That was a very fun episode with Jay Baruchel, who is still, I believe, doing film in LA. So yeah.
Catherine, I love your nails. Show us those claws.
Thank you. My stepdaughter picked them out. She's like, Mama, you gotta wear these. I was like, okay, honey, we're gonna wear these.
She did a good job.
Thank you.
Can each of you guys tell us about the casting process?
You go ahead first.
No. I think it was pretty standard. I think it was a pretty normal sort of like, particularly because we did the pilot, it wasn't a known entity yet, it wasn't a known quantity yet, the books weren't actually even that popular yet. So it would have just been sort of a regular old audition. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember going to the audition and seeing like a lot of people there we would have seen normally that were in our circuit at that age. And then I got a call back, and then my agent told me, okay, well, it's down to you and like 3 other girls. And I was like, okay. And then I went back to do
And then she had all of them killed.
Shh, we don't talk about that. Yeah, and then we didn't do any test grades or anything. Like, we just met each other all. And Catherine Short, who played Sabrina, was the first person I met on the first day, because the first scene we shot was the pumpkin scene. That was the first scene that we shot. So that was like our first day of getting to know each other, was that day on set.
Can you tell us a little bit about the popularity that quickly, it feels like it ignited quick, the popularity of that series, how that affected you guys? Sorry, there's microphone feedback, so when I kind of come over here. Go ahead.
I feel like, I guess it was popular quickly, but I actually feel more like what's been amazing is finding out that it's still popular. I feel like that's like the more striking thing is like getting messages from people saying like, oh, I watch this every Halloween with my family. It's our tradition. Like, that's a much bigger deal than like, the lasting power of it is actually a more exciting thing for me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, the lasting power has been pretty amazing. I mean, we were so young, so we had no clue it was going to be that popular. We were just kids that got a job on a TV show. We were like, let's do the TV show. But I think I had a feeling when the premiere came out, because, and my dad still has this, I was on like cover of like TV Guide or something, and it's like the iconic photo of like me holding the mask, looking in the mirror, and I was like, oh, Dad, I'm on the cover of TV Guide. He's like, I think this might be big. And so I was like, okay. So, and then when it came out, it had like the most viewership for Fox ever, like for a premiere for a kids show. So then, yeah, like I couldn't go out in public for like 3 months. It was crazy. Then I was like, oh, okay, this is going to be slightly large. So it did have a big impact, I think, for that generation. But you guys are all like mostly our age, and so we were all really young. So now we're finally all old enough to celebrate it, and the 90s were a great time for TV. So it's just exciting that you all still love it so much.
How involved was R.L. Stine in the filming of the series?
He was there, he was around, I think more in a sort of supervisory role, but I remember him sitting in a director's chair and just sort of taking it all in and being very, very kind to us. The more twisted your imagination is, the nicer a person you are, as far as I can tell. So he was a really lovely guy.
Yeah, he was nice. I remember I had read all the books. We had them all, and so I was very starstruck when he was on set. There's a photo of me which I signed for, I think, a few of you, of him behind me in the chair, and that picture was taken, I think, at like 5 or 6 in the morning or something on one of the days we were shooting, and I was starstruck with him being there, but he was very quiet, like a creepy Mr. Rogers. Just creeping around set, and we were like, oh, he's there. Okay, be on his behavior now. And so he was very, very sweet. Yeah.
Also, Sean Roberts just joined us. Give him a round of applause. Who has a question for any of these folks? Okay, hello.
Hi. I have a question for Sean. Do you remember any scenes in particular that were filmed during the reshoot?
During the reshoot, so it wasn't a reshoot, but we got to shoot 2 episodes. So it was the fact that we had extra footage, and like, well, fuck, we can almost make another episode of it. So we did. And you want a hard memory? I got slopped up with the thickener that they use for the McDonald's milkshakes while I was a clone in the incubation chamber. And that was probably the grossest thing, showering for 20 minutes in a terrible trailer trying to get that out of my premises. But it was fun. You know, I mean, this is the second job that I ever had as a kid, and to even be in television or film, you don't really believe that it's a job at that age, and I went, oh my God, I'm doing it, and yeah, I can't believe that we're all still here now. This is incredible. Thanks for coming. So,
I'm 53, I still think that way. Oh, yeah. This is what I'm doing.
What was your first job as a kid?
It was a period piece called Emily of New Moon. It was based on the Lucy Maud Montgomery books, so I got to be in 1800s scratchy, terrible clothes on the east coast of the Pacific Ocean, standing above bluffs, being the love interest who's artistic and drawing and painting.
So between that and the goop, which was more uncomfortable?
Good question. I think I almost lost some toes being on the East Coast. But, it was nice. Like I said, the director was Ron Oliver. He's made a bit of a name for himself, and it was a hell of an interest. Like as a kid, you're really nervous, obviously, and so he gave me the Bruce Lee bit of advice to be like water. And okay, all right. It took me a while to understand exactly what he meant, but it worked, and here we are.
Be like water. Who has a question? Oh, hi. Well, I'll get you next, ma'am.
As someone that grew up with the books, like being that age on set, I would have had a hard time not borrowing anything after wrap. Was there anything that you took that you can maybe, I think enough time has passed, we can talk about it.
Yeah. Statute of limitations.
Yeah, we're there.
That show tickled my innocence. I did develop a coffee addiction from that show, from shooting nights. So I got introduced to coffee at 12, never left after that. And I was excited to share this when I got here, because I've had them for so many years and never thought it would ever come to anything, that I do still have the original mask.
What?
And I do have the bust as well. They gave them to me at the end of filming. And that's the only original bust. There was never another made, because I thought for sure we'd break it, but we never broke it. They had a backup, but we never used it because I never broke it. So I have the original bust in my dad's garage. His address we will not disclose. And I have the mask that I wore for the majority of the last 5 days of shooting. They made two, one that had a slit in the back, so I could take it on and off easy for those shots, and then one that was really tight, and they kept that one. But the one that I could take on and off, I got to keep. And it still has all like the lines and the wrinkles and the makeup from the daily wear and tear on the neck and everything from the prosthetics. So I have them.
Did they cast your face to make the mask?
They did. My mom still has a photo somewhere of me getting that cast done, and it's like just my face in a full plaster with 2 straws sticking out of my nose, and like holding my mom's hand for moral support because you're in there for 30 minutes and it's pitch black and you only have 2 straws to breathe. So, but that was a fun experience. Yeah.
It sounds horrific, to be honest.
It was okay. I mean, I've gotten over the trauma and did a lot of therapy after it. No, I'm just kidding. But it was fine. It was all for a good reason, and I knew that they were going to create an amazing.
Sean could have given you the be like water advice.
Yes.
If only.
It gets easier after the 5th time.
Then you've done a lot of that.
Yeah, the first time I did a head cast was for a show called Constantine. I had the flu.
Nice.
And I didn't know what was involved. And yeah, I had to get them to get me out of it halfway through. But
You probably couldn't breathe through the straws if you had the flu.
yeah, I don't really remember.
Oh my.
I took it for as long as I could, and I was like, okay, I gotta get out of this. And
I think they do that in Guantanamo Bay.
Right. After that.
There's a little claustrophobic in there for sure. Yeah.
Hi, my question's for Amos. I just wanted to hear what your experience was working on Night of the Twisters.
Yes.
I love that movie.
Love that movie.
Awesome. Night of the Twisters, which is a movie that was like Twister, but with an 1/8 of the budget. Was a lot of fun. It was me and Devin Sawa and Laura Bertram, and I got to be in Tiger Beat magazine. Not because of me, because of Devin, but I still got to be in it. It was great. It was a lot of fun because it was all those chase sequences. It was like, this is going to make me sound as old as I am, but it was the first time I'd ever seen a green screen. I'd never done anything on a green screen before, but we did a ton of stuff of like running from tornadoes and being chased by the tornadoes on the green screen. And I just remember it being kind of a lot of fun, and another one of those weird, like, it was a straight-to-video, which for our younger people was a thing that used to exist, thing that again became like the VHS that was the only VHS that somebody had when they went to their cottage or something, so they've seen it 173 times. But yeah, it was great. It was directed by Tim Bond, who also directed The Haunted Mask.
So fun.
Do you have that tiger beat at your house?
Maybe.
I would keep that.
Sometimes on our wedding anniversary, I pull it out.
Yeah. Flip through the pages slowly. Who has a question? Go ahead. You're close enough to yell it out to those folks.
For Catherine, I had read somewhere that you actually did into a sandwich with worms. I was just wondering if that was
Yes, the worm question. Yes, it is true. I remember Tim, the director, he said, "Oh, okay, well now we're gonna do the shot where you bite into the worm, so we'll just switch the sandwich." And I was like, no, we should like this is horror, guys. We should do a real worm. So I told him, I said, "Why don't you do a shot where I keep the worm in the sandwich? You can see it, and I bite into it for real." And he was like, "Okay, let's do it." So we did it, and then like the whole cast was grossed it out momentarily. It was really gross. I didn't like swallow it, but I had to chew it until they said cut, and then I was like,
Did you bite into the worm itself or the skin?
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah. Yeah, he was the sacrificial lamb of the day on set.
You got your horror card for that. Look, I just saw a mask back here. Young fella, a mask. Look at this. Show it. Put it up. Look at that cosplay. A haunted mask. I love it. It's similar, but not the original.
It's a little larger than the actual. Mine is a lot smaller than that because I had a 12-year-old head. So.
I'm glad you still don't. Now it's a full-grown adult head. Yes.
So, for any of you guys, how do you feel like how you're saying it? You didn't expect it to be this big, and like that just shows it's still going from kids to generation to adults and everything. Like, is that when you see stuff like that come back to you? Does it still bring you such like joy and like this is where you started, and it's just something that is just iconic and will forever be part of generations to come, you know? Because now with everything coming about, like AI and all this stuff, and then you see this and it's just so natural. Like, would you guys, like, do your kids also play a part into it too, or like your families, you know, stuff like that?
Are your kids fans of the Goosebumps?
Like, do you show them?
Mine are not. My kids are not. But my husband learned to read by reading Goosebumps books. So his parents were, when they found out, they were quite excited. They were like, "Did you know he learned to read?" I was like, I'm so glad. I didn't have a part in the books, but I can't take credit for that. But I think in some way it touched everyone in the 90s at some point because the books were so popular. And they had good storylines. Like, at least I remember the Haunted Mask. Like, it's about self-love, and it had a really good message to it, actually. So I know it helped a lot of kids that were actually going through some hard stuff, and fans have shared that with me. So I think that's really beautiful.
I read that, you know, the masks in the haunted masks, the ones that float out after her. I read that the special effects artists, it wasn't in the book, but that they crafted each one to represent one of the 7 deadly sins. Isn't that cool? I stumbled on saying that. Let's pretend I didn't. 7 deadly sins. Anyway, I thought that was a cool little tidbit. What's your question?
So I'm from San Antonio. Thank you for coming out to Texas. There is an event next month, Curse City Cross, and there's they have a whole bunch of Goosebumps. Like, are all fans gonna be there? Were y'all reached out at all for that, or that was curious?
Yeah, I think I'm going to that one. Yeah, I think I'll
Where is it?
San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Curse City Con. Yep.
I was supposed to be in San Antonio, but not until like November.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think it's that one. Or maybe. I know I gotta go to San Antonio.
Ben, I'm taking you after the show. You don't remember? You got a road trip.
Yeah, if it's the September 26, 27 weekend, that's the one I've been invited. Yeah, so I think I'm confirmed.
But this lady over here, I think what she said rings true. There's new generation of fans that were not around in the 90s, obviously, that love this series as well, and that must be pretty awesome to see. I think you kind of answered that earlier, but Sean, what do you think about that?
I think it's incredible that kids are still reading books.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Let's go for it.
Same.
I already knew how big it was. I mean, because I didn't start until I was on Goosebumps 2, Slappy Halloween.
The Royal Mummy.
Yes, and I was already like, I mean, there are a lot of mummies in that movie, but I was the one that like came to life in the toy store with Slappy and all. But I mean, it was already well established, and I was very familiar with how much of an effect it had on people, and I was very honored to be a part of it.
That's a different perspective from from everyone else.
Yeah.
When did you start your career?
I started my career in 2012. I started on The Walking Dead, actually.
You started in 2012?
Yes, I'm a late bloomer. I was a guy working at screen printing shops, and when the film industry came into town, and I was like, well, I'll try this. And
What? In Bastrop?
You know, what?
Where? Walking Dead, where was that?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Wow, that's right, it was Fear of, that was Bastrop, right?
Yeah, no, I was on the original Walking Dead.
Wow.
And, I played 13 zombies over 4 seasons. And then things kind of went on, and like, I eventually took acting classes and got an agent and started doing that. That's how I ended up on Haunted Mansion. But when I did Goosebumps, it was because I was friends with I was an associate with the special effects makeup guy. And he liked my look early on, so he just did a head cast for himself. But then after that, he would keep inviting me to do jobs with him because he already had my head cast, so he could just mold it. Which is fine with me because it's more work. I mean, but yeah, and so he called me up and said, "Hey, do you want to be the Goosebumps mummy?" And I was like, "Absolutely." He came up to me with a very stern look in his face. The first time I met him, he's like, "You were about 6 inches shorter than what we need you to be. But Bill says you're a good actor, so we're going to take him on his word." And I said, "Oh, whatever works, man. Let's just do it."
Were you lying on your driver's license or something?
No, I mean, I guess they originally, because I mean, I understand the mummy should have been tall.
I see. They wanted the mummy to be a certain height.
Oh, right. And I think, like, they had it in mind, and then the special effects guy says, "No, we're going with this guy." And everybody was like, "Well, fuck, all right." But no, like, but I mean, we made it work, and it looked good.
Yeah.
And yeah.
That's awesome. Yes, in the green. Yes, you.
So you mentioned like that you have some of the masks, and just recently the video went viral where Meat Canyon purchased one of the masks or has one of the masks. So I was curious, like, how many were there, during production?
There was 2.
2? Okay, and then
He must have the other one. Yeah, I have one. He has the other.
Is there a price that you would have in mind to give?
How much is college tuition these days?
I figured I might get a question like that eventually. I don't know. I mean, I think it might be a wonderful thing to maybe auction off for charity or whatnot.
Oh, that's awesome.
Maybe one day. It seems like the time is now. Like it took him for 30 years to like age like fine wine until the price was, I guess, where it was supposed to be. But yeah, I've got the bus too, so I don't know if it'll go off as like a little pair or something.
I work at a college, just so you know. I don't know how you feel about Texas. I think it's a pretty warm welcome.
Yeah,
So
we had a great welcome
if you're interested in moving or relocating, I can hook you up with a nice little discount. I sell diplomas.
You sell diplomas. He's funny.
Can everyone who saw the series in the 90s raise your hand? Wow. All right. Who remembers the theme song? What about the dog bark? They threw the dog bark in there, I'm not sure. What was that? I don't know. Do y'all know why there's a dog bark just randomly tossed in?
I think it was at the.
But I have a
it was
distinct
because the
memory.
G was going across a dog.
The G went across the dog, and the dog had glowing eyes.
These are fans. Who has another question? Let's do this one first in the Goosebumps shirt.
Yes, ma'am. Were y'all have any future projects with Goosebumps, or were y'all approached for this movies that were out?
No, the whole, I think, the direction they wanted to go with Goosebumps with the sequels of the movies was very just not attached to the original series at all. So as far as I know, I don't think anyone from the original series that was shot in Canada got called for the other movie stuff like Jack Black and the other stuff that they've done. At least I did.
That's a shame because it would have been a fans would have loved that.
To be the original fans for sure.
Yes.
Catherine Short, Catherine Short and Catherine Long. So Catherine Short and I were joking that if they ever did want to have a sequel, like we would play like the millennial moms,
Right.
Have kids or like be bullied or something, and then we have to go save them, and then like have to put the mask back on and try again.
It writes itself.
It does write itself. I was like, as long as we get to go to HomeSense in the script, that's fine. Because we're the millennial moms, we go to HomeSense.
I just went there. They have the best Halloween decorations out there now, FYI. Who is it over here? Oh, no, well, it's, go ahead.
So my question is for Amos and Catherine. Do y'all still keep up with Catherine Short still nowadays? Because I thought that I haven't heard that name in forever.
Well, just recently, the three of us reconnected. We got on a Zoom call, 6 months ago?
Yeah, with
like
Nick
that?
Shaw. Yeah.
With Nick Shaw, who is a Goosebumps podcast, and that was the first time we laid eyes on each other in 30 years. Yeah. And then she ghosted us here, so.
She's gonna get grief from me because she told me she was coming and she stood me up. So I was like, we're gonna go get margaritas and hang out. And she ditched me. So, because she must be busy or something. So, but she's really sweet and she didn't stay in film, but she's in the art world and she's really successful now and really sweet woman. It was really fun to do that podcast and all connect and reminisce. It was very fun.
Yes.
So with Goosebumps and everything else y'all have done, is horror technically y'all's favorite genre when it comes to media, or is it something else?
Let's start from here going down.
Well, I love the support that the horror fans have given us. Like, this doesn't exist for anything else that we do. So, yeah, I think it's pretty awesome.
I think it might be me feeding back, sorry. Yeah, definitely a good crowd.
As far as what I watch, mostly I'm in science fiction. I love anything from outer space. One day I hope to play an alien. I learned very quickly that I do good work, that I look good in monster makeup, and I do good work. I mean, not trying to sound egotistical, but I look good enough for the directors. And that I seem to be good at it, so I just kept going with it. And I appreciate horror movies. Like, one of my favorites is Nightmare on Elm Street. And I loved all this, and all those, and plenty of others I've seen before. But yeah, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Catherine? I didn't realize till I sat down at my booth yesterday that I think I only did horror as a child. So I did a lot in that genre, and I guess it's because I was very theatrical. I did a lot of live theater as a child, so playing those types of characters and like even in Goosebumps, the voice I had to do for the monster was my own voice. There was no recording over. So I loved getting really deep into characters, and I did a vampire series called Forever Night, and you did Forever Night too? We all did everything together. But that was a great series, and I was the only child on that one and got to kill people off in the final season and tried to do most of my own stunts. But so horror has been really good to me in terms of my resume and the following and meeting the fans. So I would say, yeah, I did a lot of it, so I really did enjoy it. I didn't do a lot of rom-coms. So that was not my thing. Yeah.
Amos.
I don't know that I watch or take in horror stuff any more than any other genre, but I do take in a lot of it, and certainly of the generation that read Stephen King way too young. But I will say that, like, as a storytelling device, it's probably like the most versatile form, right? You know, if The Haunted Mask is a story about acceptance and self-love, or if it's a story about feeling like an outsider, or if it's a story, there's a lot of different things that you can do because of the imaginative nature of it. So I think that it's a flexible art form, and I think there's a reason that you see so much variety in it, as opposed to something that's like a little bit more regimented. So I think, like, as artistic expression, it's like maybe our most useful genre.
Nice. Yes.
This one's for Captain. You said you did the voice, right? So, compared to part 2, did you dig being the character in the mask? Did you like going crazy compared to? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was great. It was so fun. I've had a few people ask me this week what was the funnest part of filming, and I mean, there was a lot of great parts because in that episode. I wasn't in the Haunted House 2 a lot. I have actually zero recollection of filming that. I have like zero recollection because I was hardly in a lot of scenes. But the first one, I was in like 85% of the shots, so I was always on set. But running around chasing the kids and scaring them, like, you know, and I'm like running around, like clicking my heels, like joyfully, you know, terrorizing the neighborhood. That was so fun because those kids were so young and they were like actually crying.
Oh my God.
Some little kid was like, I don't want to do this scene anymore.
Like when you did the trick-or-treating?
The trick-or-treat, and I scared the kids. Some of them were quite young, and I was glazed up like a donut. Like, I looked so scary in that thing when it was all sealed to my face. So, yeah, it was fun.
How did they do the teeth? Do you remember?
The teeth weren't actually that complicated because I would say the teeth for the vampire series are more complicated because they do the cast and it actually goes in your mouth. They just lay it on my lips and tortured it out. So they moved if I moved my mouth, but they weren't like fully integral to my facial structure.
And with
it was
the
more the eyes took forever.
Did they have to enhance your voice? Not like change the voice, but sometimes when people do dialogue and masks, it's a little muffled. Was that the case for you? Did you have to go back and ADR
I
anything?
did have to ADR a few things that were outside. I do remember going in for ADR and like doing my monster voice over my monster voice again because there was some muffled stuff, you know, being outside or like me running away in a shot and still cackling or.
You committing to that voice though made that episode, I think. Did you have vocal training?
I did. I was classically trained as a singer when I was younger too, so because I did a lot of musical theater, so it was just channeling.
So you didn't hurt your.
Well, no, I did drink a lot of tea.
Okay.
Yeah, especially like late nights because the scenes in the graveyard and stuff. I did have to use that voice for a long time, so my throat did get sore a few days of doing the voice constantly, but it was still great.
Does anyone out here ever put on a mask and do that voice? Just me. Okay. Who else has a question? Go ahead.
Hi, I have a non-Goosebumps question for Sean, actually. You were Dean on Degrassi. And I just wanted to know, number one, your experience, and number two, what is it like to be one of the most hated characters?
Well, it's an honor, you should say so. I'm used to being the bad guy, so that comes with the territory. Before we filmed, I guess I didn't really anticipate the feedback that we got because it got spread around, publicized quite well. Yeah, I mean, it's an honor to be a part of a series that's been around for as many generations. And if we talk about the day of, it's pretty shitty. It's awkward, and it's like, I'm sorry I have to do this, but you know what we're doing, right? Lauren was great, and everybody else on set was great, and I think it worked out, and nobody got hurt, so it was a good, successful run. But yeah, being the bad guy is generally more fun than being the good guy, except when it gets to that extreme. So if ever you see me out in public, please don't yell, "Hey, Dean the rapist!" Oh my God! Because I've had that before, and it doesn't go over. So,
Hey, Dean, the super good guy. That's better. That's better. Who? Did you have another one?
Yeah.
Mr. Crowley, you're kind of known for arguably one of the more popular Are You Afraid of the Dark episodes. Do you have any stories from that set? I mean, that's one of the, I guess, when they reach out to fans, that's typically one of the top episodes. And, oddly enough, it's one of the ones I always go back to. So can you maybe speak to that a little bit?
So that was also directed by Ron Oliver, who came up a minute ago, right? Yeah. Who I can't say enough good about. And I was 13, 14, and I was a comic book kid. And so we got to shoot in a comic book store all night long, and then go shopping when it opened up in the morning. We got to, what else happened during that? I had just discovered the band The Flaming Lips. I'd seen them that summer at Lollapalooza 1994. Ron had a Flaming Lips t-shirt and he wore it to set, and I suddenly thought, there's a cool adult in the world. I had no idea that such a thing existed. And it's great. I mean, I think I know from people reaching out that it has lasted really well, and I just feel very fortunate to have been part of it.
Good question. Who else has something they'd like to ask or comment? You in the back, and then we'll go to you in the front. So in the back row. Yep.
I was just gonna ask what your favorite Goosebumps books were as kids.
If you had a favorite Goosebumps book, he's asking.
Your own?
I'm just gonna steal because my 7-year-old son loved this one when I read it to him, which is the what's oh shit. I feel like I'm gonna get in trouble. It came from the basement. It came out of the basement. Stay out of the basement. Yes, thank you. That's my son's favorite, so I'm gonna piggyback on that.
I think Night of the Living Dummy for me. Just because dummies and like clowns and dolls really creep me out. Like I saw Poltergeist when I was 7. That was a mistake.
I've never read any of them.
I love it.
I've been stressing this all day, man. You're a Goosebumps fan. Like, what do you know about Goosebumps? I played the Mummy in the second movie.
Don't stress, Ben. Don't stress. Sean, did you read any of the books?
I did, but it feels like it was a lifetime ago, and I can't remember what I did yesterday. So
Right, yeah. I couldn't. I read several of them too, and I don't know if I have a favorite either, but I like the question anyway. There was someone in this front row. Who is that? There you go.
For Catherine and Amos, did you guys watch as the show aired, or was there any episode you guys would like to fit in?
I was really happy I was in the pilot. I mean, I couldn't really get any bigger than that. I didn't even know that was going to be the pilot actually until a little bit later. But I had a big party at my house with all my friends from school to watch the pilot, like on, you know how your grandparents always had that big TV that was like in the old brown wood that sat on the floor in the basement? That's where I watched the premiere of Goosebumps in my grandparents' house. And I remember someone saying, you know, the things like dun 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 dun, and then like, you know, the whole opening, and that's the first time we ever saw the theme song, so we're all sitting there watching it, and it was the premiere, and I remember thinking like, oh my gosh, we're watching the premiere of Goosebumps, and all my friends are here, and it was pretty fun. It was a pretty rad experience. I had a full-on Goosebumps premiere party at my grandparents' basement.
Was it a dial TV or a clicker?
It was 100% dial. There was
Yeah.
that puppy, no.
Wood paneling on the walls. I can
Yes.
see it now.
Yeah, for real, yeah.
Does someone have a question over here? Okay, I think somebody was saying something. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, most
Nice
of you
shirt.
were, thank you. Most of you were in Are You Afraid of the Dark as well, right? I personally discovered Are You Afraid of the Dark before Goosebumps. I'm a fan of both, but I was just wondering, like, with your experience on both shows, do you have, I guess, either like a preference of one over the other, or was the filming experience on both shows, I guess, more fun over the other, or do you have any?
Certainly no preference at all. I think they were slightly different. I feel like Are You Afraid of the Dark was aimed at just like a little bit older kids, you know, like it's like if you were born in 1984 versus you were born in 1986. Right? There was just enough of a difference that I feel like Are You Afraid of the Dark was a little bit more for young teenagers as opposed to Goosebumps being a little bit more for tweens. But I think they still sort of became the kind of like entry drug for horror fans in general, which I think is actually the biggest part of their legacy.
I think maybe our Goosebumps had a little bit more tongue-in-cheek humor.
Right.
And Are You Afraid of the Dark was a little bit more trying to keep the scary throughout. But I like a little horror. I like a little humor in my horror, personally. But I like both series. Anyways. Who else? None of you guys? How about you?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Yes, over here.
Okay, this is for Amos. The Tale of a Ghastly Grinner, that's like one of my favorite ones from Are You Afraid of the Dark. Do you have any like memories or anything that you remember from when you're shooting that?
I mean, other than the ones we just covered, I told this story earlier to somebody at the table of there's a scene where had to trash my bedroom. It was a very angsty teenage moment. And we brought in a boom box because we knew we were shooting SOC with no sound. We brought in a boom box and we played at very high volume the entirety of Pretty Hate Machine by 9 Inch Nails, which was a pretty good soundtrack for tearing posters off the wall and kicking bowls and things. So that's a fun memory.
Go ahead.
I have a question for Amos too. It's always bothered me. Maybe I can find it, but because it's around the same time. Did Haunted Mask and Billy Madison, were you filming at the same time, or?
Billy Madison would have been a little bit later, like similar, yeah, same kind of. But I was going into high school when we did Billy Madison, so it would have been just a little bit older.
Oh, older.
Yeah. Okay. And my hair was longer.
No one's going to ask about Ryan Gosling? So
he did okay.
Yeah, was he all right? I
mean, we saw him around at auditions and stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure. Y'all are all in that same age group.
Yeah, we always to see each other at all auditions.
Was he on the Disney Club before that or after that?
Disney, he was pretty young on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the timeline is for him on that, but I still remember seeing Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams and stuff at auditions in Toronto. We were all kind of in that circuit. There was a bunch of us. We would rotate and see each other constantly. Yeah, we were like the little rat pack in Toronto.
Did Are You Afraid of the Dark film also in Toronto, or was it?
It cast out of Toronto, but it was filmed in Montreal.
Montreal.
I had great memories from that Montreal shoot. Yeah.
Tell us.
Different from Goosebumps, because Goosebumps was shot in Toronto, so I got to sleep in my own bed because I was from Toronto. But Montreal, I got to stay in a hotel and do all the fun stuff. And Montreal's a great city. So shooting in Montreal for Are You Afraid of the Dark was a really great memory from a cultural experience being in Montreal. So yeah.
Questions? Anyone? Yes, I see you with your black and white. Go ahead.
Sean, were you excited to be casted in Goosebumps because you were casted like in season 4 and the hype was like kind of happy 1997?
I don't know that I was following the excitement of it. It was the second job that I ever got, so that was what made it thrilling. So.
You were excited to be cast in anything at that point.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Still am.
Still excited. Anyone else before I continue on? Go ahead. Front row, Joe.
Sean, not a Goosebumps one, but Resident Evil. I know they're doing another for this, and it could happen, but it's not unheard of. If they asked you to come back as Wesker, but obviously a different interpretation, would you come back?
Would you take the spot of ruling the world? Absolutely. So, yeah, it was a dream role, probably the pinnacle of my career thus far. So, yeah, I'd go back in a heartbeat. Absolutely, thank you.
You know, Goosebumps is old, and we all, some of us either have the 90s or the movies or the new series. How much of a mix is it between like a bittersweet, I'm not a part of it anymore, versus an excitement to see the show or the ideas still go for all of you?
I think this is the exciting part. Yeah. I don't care so much about the show, but like, so there's no bitter in the sweetness. Like, this is cool.
All sweet.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, when I was younger and I did the vampire series in Canada, all the Comic-Cons and stuff were happening then because it was an adult series and I was just one child on an adult series. So I did all the Comic-Con circuits then for that series, but was quite young. And I thought to myself, oh, we're not doing this for Goosebumps. And then I realized the fan base is all children, so we're not going to be doing that for a while until we all grow up. And now we're all grown up and we have adult money and we can travel, do what we want. So let's do the Goosebumps Comic-Cons now. So it is really fun because we waited a long time to meet our fan base because we were all the same age, right? So yeah,
that's
it's
really
fun
what's
to
cool
meet
about
everyone
it.
that's grown up with you now. Because I've heard so many people say like, you were my childhood. I'm like, it was my childhood too. And I'm still you know, so. Yeah,
and your fans all have adult money too. So go buy their tables, you know what I'm saying?
We all do fun stuff and have our passions, so yeah.
What are you guys working on now? Let's start with you, Sean.
Well, I don't know if you've all noticed, but the film business has dropped off.
Yeah.
So I change light bulbs for a living. It's fucking awesome. Here's the reality. While we're working on set, you're just another piece of furniture moving around saying the words. So you don't ever get to feel special. I've got the honor of traveling around the country the last year, and there has been no moments better than the moments where you come to the table, you're excited about something, and I mean, it's the closest thing that we ever get to feeling like stars. So thank you for coming and making us
We think
enjoy
you
what
guys
we
are
do.
stars. Are you kidding? Absolutely. What about you?
So I finished a movie at the end of last year called Devoted, and it stars Steve Auric and Mina Suvari. And I play like the supernatural cult leader. So I'm kind of like the Freddy Krueger, Pinhead, the big bad of the movie. And I'm really excited about that. I have no idea when it's coming out. But keep your eye out for it. Devoted, it should be really good. I just had another movie called Eye for an Eye, which I played like it was. In everything else, I'm either like in a horde of zombies or a group of ghosts, but this was like a classic monster horror film, and that was the monster. And that is out on demand right now. If you want to come on my table, I have a little ad for it. You can take a picture. You can check it out if you want to. And I would also like to say on the second question that I didn't play a big part in Goosebumps, but I am glad that I did. Out of all the things I could have been known for, I never thought that this would be my way in. But like 10 years later, like nobody really cared that I was the Mummy like 10 years ago. And then 10 years later, or when you come out, 2017?
I know you're going to do math up there.
Right. And I can see you guys are an awesome band, and I'm so happy to be included in a small part. Steve Rock.
Fabulous.
I just think you're such a great character actor, by the way. I love your work.
Thank you so
You're
much.
so fantastic. I am no longer in the film industry, but I transitioned into ballet and theater quite shortly after I finished doing a lot of my filming. So I'm still in classical ballet and theater now. So I stage and produce a lot of ballets across the U.S. In Oregon, New York. I'll fly and work for colleges and stage ballets for colleges. So if you can do things like the Nutcracker, that's what I do now. So yeah, I have a season coming up with 2 different companies, and I'll be working on that. And I work with a lot of kids, and still love the film industry, obviously. If they ever wanted to have us back for a Goosebumps reunion, I'd be there. I'd book off my month in a heartbeat to do anything like that, just to work with Enos mostly. Isn't he so articulate? Like, he spoke like this when he was 13 also. Like, he's always been this articulate since he was very young. But yeah, no, I'm really happy with what I'm doing, but I fondly look back on my phone.
That was her trying voice. She
Okay.
said it was
That was, what was that was me. That was my monster transition voice. But yeah, I'm really grateful for all my years in film, and it served me really well, especially during COVID, actually, because as you know, we were all locked down. We couldn't do anything in person. So one of my really good friends who was a producer in LA offered to fly up and co-produce a socially distanced Nutcracker movie, which we made for our community. So that was a bit of a step back into film, so it's been nice to use that once in a while when needed. So during COVID, it was nice to do some film.
I just wrapped an Amazon Prime show last night, which means I'm currently unemployed, so the light bulb business.
You did have a job, Sean.
I was gonna do like a how many actors does it take to screw in a light bulb? But it's he holds the light bulb and the world revolves around him.
I was speaking of being articulate, and when you were a child being that articulate, I was reading about directing child actors and how the best directors try to not get them to act as much as to say the lines the way they would say them, since they are, children. And he said that the ones that do it best are the ones that are bright. So that must be why you all are up there doing what you, bright kids, articulate, smart folks. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I didn't hear my
Spreading. It is. Jesus Christ. Help!
I heard a casting director one time told me that happiness is the best emotion that an actor can have, because from happiness you can emote all other emotions.
Happiness is the best one.
And I have taken that, I was about to say to the grave, but I mean...
You sounded half dead a second ago.
I have taken that to heart all these years.
Wonderful. We're getting good advice from this panel, yes. Who else has a question? We have about 10 minutes left, so go ahead. And then somebody...
Yeah, so with both Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark, it's obviously been super influential to kids who grew up in the 90s. Some of the successes talk back to where they didn't treat it always like a kid's show. It was like horror, just without the gore. Just they kind of really went for it and just kind of toned some of the gore elements down. Are there any stories or people you've met who are in the film industry or directors that stand out to any of y'all who talk back about specifically either Goosebumps or Are You Afraid of the Dark inspired them to go into the industry and influence their work?
You have to take this one, guys.
I've certainly had folks on crew, either as directors or high-level creatives, or sometimes just like grips or cam ops who got into horror because of it. As I said, it's that entry drug thing, right? Like it's the thing that got them into the industry, and that's just a lucky thing to have been part of.
Thank you.
Did you forget?
Oh, no, I remember. So I was listening. That was, again, a very intellectual response. Catherine, we talked about it a little bit briefly at your table yesterday, about kind of how you stepped away from the limelight, and we hinted at it a little bit today. You mentioned Nick. Is that, and like the Goosebumps Crew podcast, is that what kind of brought you back into this world, or was there a multitude of things? I'm really curious because it's been so long since we've all seen you. So thank you for being here and thank you for coming back. It means a lot.
Yes. Well, I will be very honest. I mean, being in the limelight as a child actor comes with sort of a dark underbelly sometimes, and one of those things can be stalkers. So I did end up with 2 very scary stalkers going into my 20s from certain shows I was on. So that's part of why I tried to kind of disappear and erase myself off the internet for a while. I made myself very challenging to find anywhere. And so enough time had passed. That was ADR, that wasn't me. Things had settled down, and Nick Shaw, who did that podcast, wrote me a really nice, kind email and kind of like slid into my DMs on social media. And people you'll have to approve it to read it. And I was like, do I want to approve this and show that I've read it? And I thought about it for a while, and it was just really thoughtfully written, and it seemed like he had a legit podcast. I checked him out. And then I realized he had already been in contact with Amos and other people. I was like, okay, so he's kind of accredited. And I tiptoed my way into it very gently, but thought, hey, like, it's been almost 30 years, and it is like, I see that it's picking up popularity because people our age group are celebrating that era of film. So I was like, yeah, let's do this. And then we did the reunion podcast, and it was just so fun. So I thought to myself, sure, if I get invited to any other events, I would love to come out and meet people. So yeah, it's been a really positive experience. So
what's really interesting about your story in particular is the little girl from Neverending Story dealt with the exact
she's
same.
She's like my idol. Oh my god.
Well, yeah. For those that don't know,
her all my life.
She does dance. She teaches just like you. So there's so many like similarities with your story and her story. So and she's a fantastic interview, and she's so great. But so are you.
Very sweet. Yeah, no, well, thanks. I'm so glad that Javi was able to connect with me and give me the dates, and it worked out. So I'm going to be at a couple more, as I mentioned. So it'll be fun to do the circuit and meet all the fans finally. So yeah.
I know everybody's super excited and super happy that you guys are here doing this panel. For the audience, how many of you guys, as they were saying, how many of you had this as kind of your first horror gateway experience? Raise your hand. Look, wow. Wow. And that's why we have conventions to this day. You guys are partly responsible for that. My first experience was Night of the Living Dead. I was a little too young. I got really scared. You want to know something embarrassing? I was so scared, and then I wanted to sleep in my brother's bed so he'd protect me. And then I peed the bed. Okay. Maybe I made that up. Maybe it's real. You never know. It's urine stories. I said urine. Does anyone else have any questions? Yes.
I had a question for Ben. Do you have any, did you have a favorite monster makeup that you put on, or were you more excited being of the Mummy or all the Walking Dead characters, or are you more excited for this transition into sci-fi at some time?
Oh, well, the transition into sci-fi is just me wishful thinking, so I'm not that excited about it.
Manifesting.
Oh, yeah. No, my favorite monster so far is from the movie I was just talking about, Eye for an Eye. Because, my whole body was done up as real, next level stuff compared to what I'm used to. Let's see. I think I probably preferred the Walking Dead walkers, but I mean, the Mummy looked awesome, and I should say the Mummy because it was a lot easier. Because most of it was a suit, and it took me 15 minutes to get into the suit, and then I had to put the full face prosthetic on, and then they had to paint it, and that only took 45 minutes. Whereas, the creature I was just talking about, that took 6 hours. Yeah, I mean, I've done, the Ghost from Haunted Mansion took 4 hours, just stuff like that. But, yeah, I would say, but my favorite one is from the movie Eye for an Eye. And besides that, as far as well-known, it would be Haunted Mansion.
What was the most difficult part of filming the series? This is a question to everyone.
Saying goodbye to Catherine Wong.
Oh my goodness. So sweet. What about you, Catherine?
How do I top that now? The hardest part about the series, oh gosh, I would say, I think because I was so young at the time, probably getting out of makeup and prosthetics at the end of the day was hard, because I was 12 and you're tired and you did a 12-hour day, and I was in every shot, and took 2 hours to get in. It took about 20 minutes to get out. But the glue around the eyes was so painful to go in with a Q-tip every night and try to use that makeup remover when you're trying to remove think of ripping an eyelash off around your eye every single night with glue. And so my eyes were so red, and I remember one day I just started crying at the end of the night, and I was and my mom's like, it's okay. And I was just suck it up, you're doing fine. So I was a suck it up type of kid, but that was the hard part. That was the only hard part. The rest was just all fun. It was all fun. It was amazing. Getting addicted to coffee at 12, shooting nights, missing my first week of school for filming, making good friends, and it was great. That was the only hard part. Yeah.
Ben, it must have been makeup related for you too.
Yeah. I mean, ironically enough, I'm kind of squirmy. I don't sit still very well. But apparently I sit still enough today, because they always tell me I'm one of their favorite people, that other people are so much worse, and I'm I can't imagine. But yeah, once you get over that, the hours in the chair, and then knowing you still got an hour, I was feeling her pain the whole time she was talking about that. But yeah, and it's you're very graceful and very on the surface you're very have a lot of gratitude, and you're happy and cheerful, and inside you're going, God, yeah, just can I just,
end of the day, getting out of it.
Yeah, can I just go home and take the rest of this off in the shower, please? But a lot of it's prosthetics, you can't.
Yeah, you need that remover, right?
Yeah, I had a guy on The Walking Dead. He told some of the zombies who hadn't had much experience that they all had on prosthetics, and they were waiting for the makeup trailer, and they asked the guy if they could rip it off themselves, and he said yes. And there were at least 15 people bleeding in the parking lot. I'm not sure if he got fired or not.
Yeah, that glue's really strong.
I can definitely attest to that.
Yeah, 2 out of 10, do not recommend.
Sean?
If you've ever worked a real job, working in film is a blessing. So really, is it hard? Yeah, it's miserable sometimes, and you don't want to be there, but you have to remember that you're doing a dream job. So it's, it's easy to enjoy.
My last question is, do the fans ask any of you guys to write anything in particular when you're signing 8x10s or anything like that? Like a little tagline, or they want you to say something? What would it be?
I'm supposed to be me, but I'm not.
Those
are my eyes.
Those are my eyes.
Yeah, all the the buzz phrases for sure. There's a whole bunch of them. Yeah.
Amos?
I had a couple today from Are You Afraid of the Dark? The What Are You Laughing At, Smiley.
Yeah.
So it was a big one. Yeah.
I love that they ask. What about you, Sean? No?
Nope, I can't remember anything.
And then the monkey, there's just...
Not on the Goosebumps one. If anybody asks me to do it, I'll be happy to do anything they ask. Like on the Walking Dead ones, I got to the point where I don't really do that with most of my friends, but with the Walking Dead ones, I take a quote from somebody, like the biggest quote out of whatever the episode was, and I'll put that on there. I tried on Haunted Mansion, I tried writing there are 99 souls but in this house, but there's always room for, or 999 souls in this house, but there's always room for one more, but that just took forever.
There's not enough room. Dang, Ben. You're writing with a Sharpie, too. That's
Sometimes I just say, like, did I frighten you or something?
Can you just go, can you spell that out?
You should be.
Well, Catherine, can you do just a teeny bit of the voice, maybe?
Someone's got to give me a line.
Give her a yell
What's
out
the line that I used with the voice? I can't remember.
Apologize to her, tell her you're sorry.
Apologize to her.
Apologize to her, tell her you're sorry.
Sounds the same.
Amazing. I was wondering if anyone was going to ask, and then I was like, should I ask? And then I'm glad I did, because that was so good.
Funniest part with the voice, the absolute funniest part with that voice is I was delirious this one night shooting, and Tim was like, just do whatever you want, make up fun stuff. So like, I run away, and I'm like, and I'm like, woo! And I click my heels, and he was like a leprechaun jump, and Tim was like, yeah, that's the shot procedure. I was so deliriously tired, but it was hilarious. Yeah, there's some good moments.
Well, thank you guys for coming to the panel, first of all. Thank you so much. Go visit everyone at their tables if you haven't already. Obviously, they're very open and chill folk, so go say hi to them. And I want to personally thank all of you. Thank you, Amos Crowley.
I hosted 4 panels here now in my 4 years since being part of Dark Night of the Podcast with my sister Troy Escamilla. She runs the film festival portion of Houston Horror. Let's give her a round of applause. But me, I'm Roger Connors. I'm the other part of Dark Night of the Podcast. I'm also the director of the film Meat. Screening tonight. Maybe you want to see it. But right now, I know what you want to see. It's 4 very powerful women. I'm going to bring them on right now. We're very lucky to be in their presence. It is the Scream Queen panel for Houston Horror 2025. Let's hear it! First up to the plate. This one, she dipped her toe into the horror genre with Dr. Giggles. But she's cemented herself as a household name, appearing in fan-favorite series such as Pretty Little Liars, Picket Fences, and dare I say, Charmed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Holly Marie Combs! spans all genres, and she has found fame working alongside iconic filmmakers like John Waters. Crybaby. She has established herself within the horror genre with scene-stealing turns in films such as Excision and Blade. It is the iconic, truly iconic Tracy Lords, everybody. A fierce and ferocious feminine force of nature, the sensational Bai Ling has cemented herself as a fan favorite at conventions, understandably so. Her resume is as fierce as her wardrobe. And she's got titles under her belt like The Croak, Crank High Voltage, and Dumplings, which is a personal favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, Bai Ling! Of an actress who better personifies the term scream queen. A career that spans decades and boasts so many classics with titles like Cujo, The Hills Have Eyes, Critters, E.T., and more recently with Rob Zombie's Halloween and a personal favorite of mine, House of the Devil. Whenever I see Dee Wallace on the bill, I'm sold. We are so lucky to be in her presence, everyone. Dee Wallace. This is going to be a fun one. Let's take a seat. How's everyone feeling? Great! How are you feeling? Absolutely. Are we enjoying Houston so far?
Hot.
You guys too, but more importantly.
Yeah, the hotel's been beautiful.
But you all, any of you had any, like, since you've been here in Houston, any great like interactions with some of your lovely fans? Anything that stood out so far since arriving?
Thousands. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Horror fans are the best fans in the world. What I love is everybody saying, "Oh my God, I saw it with my grandma."
Dee, I'll start with you. You know, it's an honor to be in your presence. Truly an icon. I mean, I know you hear it all the time, but coming from a gay man, it's that much more flair to it. But you know, for me, I can't think of many actresses who capture. Oh my goodness, an honor. I can't think of many actresses who capture the strength and warmth of a maternal figure quite like Dee Wallace. Some of the most renowned, recognizable maternal figures in cinema history, horror and horror aside, are played by you. And I'm curious, you know, you bring such warmth. I was recently watching an interview with you and Drew Barrymore, and I think that's really you. That warmth is who you are. But I'm curious, like, since this is a role that you play so expertly, were there any female figures in your life, you know, growing up, being exposed to the industry, that you took inspiration from to play this kind of role that you mastered it so well?
My mom. My mom was a beautiful actress in local theater in Kansas City and in our church. And I remember I was around 8 years old and I'm sitting in the congregation and my mother is delivering a 30-minute, what we would call monologue now, about the crucifixion. And people from 4 states would come and watch her do this every year. And I looked around and all these adults were bawling and I went, oh, I want to do what my mom does.
I feel, Dee, that you've become, in a way, like the queen of a good cameo for me, because you're in so many amazing films, and you have like 1 or 2 scenes that steal it. One, like I mentioned, House of the Devil is a personal favorite of mine. It's a film that's become kind of a sensation. what do you look for, even if you're agreeing, like, I'm in set for 1 or 2 days, I don't want to do much more than that, but what are you looking for? What about a script will draw you in for that kind of role? What are you looking for?
You know, when I read it, she grabs me. I don't care if it's 2 days, I don't care if it's 2 years. When I read a part and the character goes, oh, you have to do this. You know, you just know. You know, whether it's the bitch from 3 from Hell or the sweet mom from E.T.
So my obsession with you started, 2005, there was this show called What Can They Sing? And I see her on it singing the Divinals. I touch myself, and it's like little pink number, and I was like, who is this icon? Like, who is she? And that energy, like, I just realized that that's who you are. And you've been, like, recognized as an actress, you've been labeled as being, like, you're like a risk taker. You're fearless. Like, when you get a role, you consume it. You just tackle it. And I'm curious, because you have so many, like, unique, eccentric roles, but was there ever, like, one specific character or credit to your name, a character that you found especially, like, challenging or pushed you as a risk taker, pushed you to your extremes as an actress and really took you someplace further than you'd ever gone before?
Well, first of all, so nice to meet all of you. I think people meet for a reason. Now it's our space. So I appreciate all of you here. I really appreciate Houston Horror Film Festival to make this happen. So thank you. I always say that people think like TMZ always follow me. I say I landed from the moon. It's true. I feel like an alien, even now, like with all these beautiful actresses from Hollywood in US. I really feel like I don't belong, but I belong. It's like I landed from the moon to Earth to experience life. To pave the, I just learned the word, to pave the trail, I don't know the word. Trail. I myself on my own because I did not speak English. It's really, really difficult. Even for the and can I sing? I never heard American song. They give us 2 days to learn. I said, how am I going to learn? I said, this melody is so weird. There's no way I can do it. But I have this fears. It's almost like the braveness to cover my fear. Like you have to shy beyond. When I was a child, I was mute. I really feel look at this, I was this wild animal, right? Running around in nature, I'm free, but adopted a human. I'm terrified. So I was in family, my mother, professor, or his student come to ask me, call auntie and aunt. I was just literally frozen. I said, what is wrong? Then he sent me home, I ran. Then my teacher asked me a question, now I'm talking. I'm just like frozen totally. They asked me to stand there, take me to the office. I call my parents, come and say, what is wrong with your daughter? Don't say anything. I literally see myself, my spirit jumping off the body, looking at myself, what is wrong? I think that this, I'm terrified of human beings, which is too complicated. But I'm mute, but there's a richness inside of me. I think if I don't express, it's gonna explode. So we all have this magical like volcano power. You need to find a way to express. That's our duty to come here, enjoy life. Then I feel like, I made a trick in my mind because I never learned acting, but I'm one of the best, probably like all of you. I never learned, but I feel like, I'm tricking myself and playing somebody else. Actually, it's me. Because I finally can show me because people don't know it's me. I can be free, I can be spontaneous. So that's just something I find my own way to be brave, like singing. They asked me to sing Vogue. I said, what is Vogue? They sent me a tape Madonna song, I have no clue. And they tricked me because I become one of the favorite because I said, give me a tone because I don't get it. They give me a tone, why go back? Then they set up the tone so much higher, I'm like, I said, why is it different? I'm like a joke. I hear myself out of tune, but I have to keep going, right? But they're laughing and they're laughing. In the end, they deleted me. They asked me back to sing the song. touch myself. So there's a song called Touch Myself. Perfect. So I was a type of joke, like people are sort of like, even the media address them like, very provocative. And they're making fun of me, say like, we're stressed, all of that. When you see it's beautiful, I see that, I don't mind you trash me. Also daring to celebrate, I'm a great actress. Like the movie Red Corner with Richard Gere. I play a lawyer, so I should won an Academy Award for it, but I know the team too. And also, I'm talking about like this film, my quarantine romance with toilet paper is my love letter to all of you, to the world. Well, at that time we don't have toilet paper. So I direct, starring it, writing it, compose it, catering, makeup, everything. So I use my self-made money to make films. Sometimes you live life, you have to give everything to what you love to do. So.
And that's especially challenging, especially coming out of COVID and taking that and expressing that in the art. I think for a lot of us that rings true, and relevant. Thank you for sharing that. Tracy Lords, you have appeared across all genres and art forms, and not just cinema, but also music. And I will say, I had so many gays come up to me and be like, oh, but ask her about the music. And you shared some really cool information, actually, regarding your music, but, you had impact on the dance charts, album like 1000 Fires, songs like Control, which appeared in the Mortal Kombat soundtrack. Let's just note that. And I'm just curious, regarding your music, you shared some really cool news. I want you to talk about that, but can we expect you to dive back in at any point?
It's funny that you should ask me about my music, because yesterday was the street date for 1000 Fires, which was my first album, and it was just pressed on wax yesterday, so 1,500 copies hit the streets, and so they were various record stores across America. I'm excited about that because it's been, 30-year anniversary. Fans have been asking for it for a very long time. When the single came out, Control came out in 1995. A hot minute ago. A day ago, ran up to as high as #2 on the Billboard dance charts, and Fallen Angel came out second. And those were both pressed on vinyl, but the entire album, double EP, has never been done before, so it's pretty exciting.
Congratulations. I know some people in this crowd are going to be running for that, so get it while you can, if you can. That's how many copies?
Only 1,500.
Jeez Louise.
1,000 in red and 500 in pink. The hot pink, and so we brought them to the show, and they were sold out yesterday by VIP. By the time they were done,
I was just going to ask for one.
Sounds like you're going to be pressing a couple more.
No, they have them. I think they're available now on Amazon, and as I said, they're in a lot of local record stores, which is exciting because it's the mom and pop record stores that really made that album happen. So I'm really grateful for that.
Amazing. That's so cool. Holly Marie Combs, so you've clearly appeared in a few series with diehard fan bases, dare I say. And at a time when television was at maximum impact, the late '90s, into the millennium, we had this swell of feminist-minded television with shows like Charmed and Buffy and Alias, these kick-ass dames just going in and just being strong women. It was so cool to see that. And themes of sisterhood and female empowerment and self-identity that up to that point I think were kind of rarely explored as thoroughly and as intentionally in TV shows, especially ones that are horror adjacent. So I'm curious, early on, how much influence did you have regarding the character of Piper and defining that? And then when you came on as a producer, season 5, right? How did that impact things? What changes? Was there anything that you're I really want to make a change or a shift or adjust where things are going? Did that have more impact on the overall just sisterhood and camaraderie of the series?
No, I kind of always felt like that was the position I was doing anyway. We were all very independently minded. We'd all been working since we were kids. So we were all very invested. It's kind of a tough thing to make the transition from kid to adult actor, and for Shannon and Alyssa to do it when everybody saw them as teenagers or kids. It was very important that we represent ourselves and women as accurately as we could. So, and our show was created by a woman who was writing it about her sisters. So she had a very clear vision of what she wanted for each character, and we sort of tried to blend us and them together as seamlessly as we could. And it took a while. But you know, by the time I became a producer, I think we talked about the music, we talked about the lighting, we talked about casting, and we were just all 3 and then 4 very invested. And by season 5, yeah, basically it just meant they had to officially pretend to listen to me, as opposed to just faking it, like, okay, sure. And they also couldn't fire anybody without letting me know first. So that
And I just have to acknowledge, because we're in Texas, and my best friend, her name is Teresa Padone, and she is a true crime fanatic. And I told her the panel, and she's like, Jesus Christ, she's like, these are some amazing women. But she was like, you do not ask Holly Marie Combs about Charm. That's all she talks about. You ask her about Love's Deadly Triangle, the Texas Cadet Murders. Look a little bit. I was like, did you know that Dee Wallace was also in the, let me read this again, Love's Deadly Triangle, the Texas Cadet Murder? And so she was like, oh my God, my mind is blown. So I'm curious, have you ever been on a panel before? Do you get to talk about it a lot? And what can you share about that specific made-for-TV movie that my friend said is her favorite made-for-TV movie of all time?
Oh gosh, it was the only bad guy I ever played, and it was really tough because it was a real life person, and it had just happened. Like we were doing the film the year after it had happened, and so they were still on trial. So we got in a lot of trouble in Texas. They blacked out the movie when it came out. Like we weren't supposed to like taint the jury pool, even though it was based on his confession. So I just need to reiterate that again. It's based on his confession, word for word. And so, yeah, and Dee played the mom, lovely. Shocker!
Groundbreaking new role. Dee Wallace, the mother.
So I've got to tell you, my agent sent me the script. He said, Dee, there's only 2 scenes. I don't know whether you're going to want to do this. And I read it, and I called him, and I said, how much money do I have to pay them? It was a 5-minute scene where I received the news that my daughter has been murdered. And I read it, and I shut it, and I thought, this is something I would never want to play in my real life, and I know it so well, the fear of it, that I have to play it on screen.
Yeah, I mean, she's so good. We just watched it recently on I do a rewatch podcast, and I made the boys watch it, and they were like, this is so dang good. And then Dee had everybody crying within 10 seconds.
Thank you. And we did it in one take.
Did you really?
There's so much of demand for our audience questions. I have unlimited questions for these amazing women, but I'm being forced to turn it over. I may interject if I think your question. Absolutely. Let's give you all a moment, because I know that there's some of you in here who have some things you want to ask these ladies. Can we get some hands, maybe, and some questions here?
Yes, I like sex.
Come on. How do you think you got that way?
Hello, this question is for Tracy. Do you have any stories in regards to your time on set for Married with Children or Tales from the Crypt?
It's funny, I did several episodes of Married with Children back in the day, and one of the best things about that was just the cast and being before a live audience, because up until that time I really didn't have any experience with it. So I don't know that I have any stories about it. I can just tell you that the experience of that really helped me grow and was terrifying for me.
And terrifies me
Yeah, it really terrified me.
Not that you guys do, but a live audience.
And the notes and the producers, and you know, you tape on the Thursdays and Fridays, and you have it up so quickly. Everybody seemed to know what they were doing, except for me. But it was just, they were really, really supportive, and Christina Applegate in particular became a dear friend of mine. And I just really, really loved my time on that show. And I was fortunate to be able to go on and do other sitcoms like that of that time, because we don't really have that now. The Married with Children's, the Roseannes, those shows were, you know, what we came up with that were a lot of fun, and just a tremendous learning experience as an actor.
After we take a moment for badass women like Christina Applegate, let's just take a moment.
Hello. This question is for Ms. Ling. Since we're at the Horror Film Fest, do you think there are any specific like Chinese mythology, lore, or concept that would, in the horror genre, that would thrive in the American film industry that maybe like you would be interested in starring in?
Good question. Actually, I did a Hong Kong film called Dumplings. I won the Asian Academy Award for it. You'll never recognize me in that movie. So, initially was the best director from Hong Kong, best director from Korea, and best director from Japan, which Lionsgate released it called the 3 Extreme, like a 3 short film. But because ours is so good, it became a feature film. It was so powerful. I become this like iconic character of the character play. Even my parents say, "How did you do that?" It's like literally you cannot recognize me. I would like that film actually, because it's still not big enough audience here. People know it. To remake it here, making dumplings, because it's like 8,800 years of history making dumplings about food and also about youth, which is everybody says it today. If you can make an adaptation into American version of that, I'll be starting that with all the ladies. Because it's really sad about how the family and woman desperately trying to be young is what is related to now. That would be nice, called Dumplings, remaking American film.
I mean, we still, the idea of preserving youth and what women have to go through. I mean, even we've seen it recently with the substance. I mean, it's that same kind of concept. How far will we go to preserve what's put upon us? So I fucking love dumplings. Who here loves dumplings?
Because I paid this private, secret abortions, which is really sad, because I was like, can't we illegal, but legal? Because there's young girls in China, they're 14, 15, 13, get pregnant in school. If they don't have somebody like me to give them abortion, they're gonna commit suicide, because it's embarrassing for the parents taking the hospital. You cannot. Yeah. So if without those people, these people kill themselves. It's a problem in society and in that underground and lost souls, so many in the Hong Kong little places, which is far away from my life, but I just find that with that passion to basically for love, for people, for society, for the young girls, that movie had this message too.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I see a hand real quick.
My question is for Holly. So having 2 huge series of Pretty Little Liars and Charmed, and they lasted so many seasons, did that kind of not give you like a more wanting to kind of go into a lot of films, or you prefer TV series vibes?
No, I mean, I just took what came to me. You know, what definitely was not by design, but the TV shows, yeah, when they did them then, you know, it was 22 episodes a year, so it's 9 months out of the year. And so for those 3 months, you tried to sort of acclimate back to like everyday friends and family life and catch up on all the things that you missed, and everybody's wedding that you missed and stuff like that. So, yeah, it was, in the beginning, I think, you know, I did Texas Cadet during a hiatus. I did a movie with Tracy actually during hiatus, you know, right after my second son was born.
I was pregnant with my first and didn't know.
Yes. So we did Point of Entry together, actually, I think is what it ended up being. It was something else in the beginning, but then they sold it to Lifetime, I think, and it was fun. No, it was something different, and then it became like point of entry, and I was like, really? But yeah, that's another story. But no, it's never by design. Like, you know, I grew up poor, and so it's very hard for me to turn away work, even now. You know, it's a work ethic that you're kind of, like, you can make it. Like, not all these scripts were the greatest, but I was like, I can make it work. I can make it work. But yeah, so it's never really by design, but it is nice to do a movie on that kind of speed and timeline, because, you know, when I did Born on the 4th of July, it was one scene, maybe 2 scenes, 3 days to do that. Whereas on Charmed, or Pretty Little Liars was actually worse. Their timeline was so crunched. I mean, we would do 5, 6, 7 scenes in a day. And so it's a very different animal. It's hyper speed, and it's a lot. But soap operas are worse. You know, so they're all different. They do tons of pages a day.
Do I see any hands right over there?
This question's for 5A. So I'm familiar with you once were in a PLA in China, is that correct? The People's Liberation Army as an entertainer at the age of 14, is that correct?
Oh, you see, if I was, yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was wondering how that shaped your future and who you are today, and discipline and such, because...
Well, that's why I keep saying I'm like idiot.
Yeah.
I come from, my journey is really amazing from a communist country. When I was 14, I was a real soldier stationed in Tibet for 3 years. It was so harsh, and I cried. Because they're not allowed to fall in love when you're a kid, you want to. I'm actually, in my life, I've been writing apology letters from my family, from my parents, from my school teacher, because I don't talk, right? And my parents made me kneeling on this, trying to wash hours. And I miss people, then my army, I keep writing apology letters. Then my government, because I did a movie Right Corner, was banned by China. So I've been keeping going through this journey. It's very difficult. But that I want to say, because that life training, I was 14, we're running for lives, middle of the night. And somehow it's an amazing thing I saw in Tibet. When you're running that high up at the mountain, like 5,000 whatever altitude, you can't breathe. But in the middle of the night, wow, I see the stars and moons beneath me. If you say I have touched a planet star, I look at the universe beneath me, I feel like, wow, don't disturb me. We're like angels. Somehow you have to turn this harsh situations to your favor, find beauty in it, to like a nature, to have compassion. You know, that's something I learned in Tibet. In shootdowns where like people die next to me, it's just, you're not allowed to ask questions. So like those unanswered questions make me learn in nature. In our lifetime, probably all of you have difficulties. There's some mysteries meant to not have answers. Just don't search for it, accept it, move on. So that was something I'm writing, actually a book. Now I'm writing a book, didn't call my outrageous romance in Hollywood. It's crazy, probably be shocking. Because I have this film, I have to get this film out. I'm writing a book on my love affair. I'm single with all the biggest movie star, rock star I had a love affair with. At least 15, 20 of them have a degree. It's a real life story because I don't know who they are. They come to me because I said, what do you do? What film is? Why you don't ask a question? I said, I don't know this. Like Richard Gere, I mean. I had no clue who he was. I said, why didn't go into no study. I said, I don't know. It's like I tell you, Chinese movie star, I have no clue. So those are fascinating stories from my eyes. Look at the star who they like. So I'm like daring, another bombshell book is coming out.
Over in the back. Let's get some back from back there.
Way back.
Hi, my question is for Miss Holly. Grew up on Charmed and Pretty Little Liars, so first of all, love you so much. As a woman and a woman in America and a woman in Texas, I was wondering what piece of advice from any like feminine horror icon you have for young women of today?
because a lot of people will come up to me and say there's no shows that are kind of like that anymore for kids to look up to, and I'm not sure why. I feel like we opened the door and then just like nobody came through it. It's kind of strange. I don't know where that.
I have one.
You have one?
Yeah, it's on right now called Just Add Magic.
What is it?
Just Add Magic.
Oh,
It's on
nice.
Amazon Prime.
Very nice.
Magic.
Nobody called me for that one.
Season 2.
Were you playing mothers?
I am now. Jump that shark.
I jumped from mom to grandma.
I'm ready. I'm ready to be the grandma. Let me sit in the rocking chair. Let the young ones go out and do the crime fighting.
Oh,
These are great lessons
no,
from the
I'm
chair.
the grandmother that goes out and does the crime.
To answer your question is perseverance. And when there's something, I have some actor friends who just love it so much, love it far more than I do. And I just always tell them, you're always going to work because you just want it so badly. And I think that's true with anything. You know, if you really do sit down quietly and find your calling eventually, you know, sometimes it comes to us later in life. You know, just be patient, it will come to you.
Dee, I do have to ask, I'm going to interject really quick. So you know, we're joking about mom roles and everything, but I have seen you do things that are out of the box, and I'm curious, is there a role in a project that might be unassuming, or maybe something that the crowd here may not be so familiar with? Is there a role that totally breaks your mold, or something you think that people would see and be like, wow, I was not expecting that from her? What is one that doesn't normally happen?
Rob Zombie called me and he said, Dee, I just had a reviewer call me. And he said, I'm reviewing 3 from Hell and I really like it, but did you cut T. Wallace? Because you can't even recognize me. You know, the Frighteners. Where I get to kill everybody.
Is there something kind of liberating about playing a role like that then for you?
Well, it's liberating because who of us wants to get up and do the same damn thing every day? You know, actors are the same way. We have all parts of us in us. Murderers and hookers. Before I did E.T., all they hired me for was all they hired me for were mothers. Finally, Peter Jackson put me in the Frighteners. They went, oh, maybe she can do it all.
All right, Troy, come on. Let's see some hands over there.
This one's for Dee, and 2 questions. Answer either one you like better. One, is there someone that you've always wanted to play in a biopic?
Anthony Hopkins.
Okay, Captain, the word goes to you.
Wow, okay. And the other one was, who would you want to play you in a biopic?
Me. You know, no, I didn't actually, but everybody always tells me if anybody ever makes a biopic of Joanne Woodward, do we remember her? Yes. No, I should do that. When I first came to Hollywood, everybody said, oh, you're a young Joanne Woodward. I'd like to do her.
This question is for all of you, actually. I think you're all beautiful and amazing. But
thank you.
Have you already played the part that is the part of your dreams, or is it still yet to come?
It's not taking my job.
Cujo was really close to the part of my dreams. Thank you. But I've always wanted to play a nun who was questioning her faith. No, I'm not Catholic. But I mean, in a real way, I don't know if you guys know, the other thing I do is I'm a healer and a clairaudient channel. And when I'm not acting, that's all the work that I do. And I just think it's so important in these chaotic times of ours to really understand that we really are the masters of our own fate, and that if you're hitting a wall in your life around something you want to create, look at your childhood between conception and 8 years old. Our brains, and this is brain science, our brains are locked into our belief systems by 8 years old. So, as an adult, you're trying to go out and make a lot of money while your little child inside keeps hearing that the good people are the poor people. Shit like that. If you find your childhood, you will find what walls you're hitting in your adulthood. I guarantee you.
Where are we at today? We got one more in us. We got a couple more I'd like to hear. All right. Just we're going right here.
Thank you. Yes. Now, I have a terrible question. It's great. Who's your favorite child from all the children who were
You know, and this is not bullshit, I've loved them all. And I've been so lucky to get amazing child actors to work with. All of them. But I have to say, I got up every day during Cujo and thank God I got a Danny guitar. That was like working with another adult and he was 6 years old. Yeah, he was fine. So was Henry, so was Robert. So was but what we were asked to do in Cujo was so far beyond what you're usually asked to do. Energetically, emotionally, yeah, so it was quite scary.
One more for Dee. Have you ever attended a Rob Zombie concert?
I have. If Rob Zombie did a concert on shit, I would go. I adore this man. I adore him as a director and as a person. I love it. Better hire me again.
Hello, ladies. Thank you guys again so much for coming out. By the way, we really, really appreciate it. I wanted to say that as an aspiring actress, it's inspirational to hear all the stories and everything you guys have been sharing. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. I wanted to ask. So obviously, horror is most likely your favorite. Do you have any of you guys have a second favorite genre that you really enjoy acting in?
I love them all. I do. If it's a good part, I want to do it. I go from a Hallmark movie into a butcher movie. I look for the heart of the character. If I can understand the heart of the character and what drives her, I get her, and she's taken me over, and I want to do it.
I want to say something. If you see my film, my current romance with toy paper, I play Charlie Chaplin. Who can challenge an Asian woman? Identical. And the film I did is called The Key. It's a very sexy movie. There's a little part I play Charlie Chaplin. The director from Hollywood said, follow me around. He said, how did you capture him? I literally had 3 hours. I just have a photograph memory. It's literally, we have this power in us. We don't even know. You can go beyond. Like you said, which character I want to play? I want to play Donald Trump, Elon Musk. When I was doing the pro, I did not speak the language. All I know is like, I'm from China. My English is poor. Michael Wonkap says, oh, you got the fucking wrong actress. I saw myself, I said, how did I tap into that character without come from a communist country? So our potential is tremendous. Also, I did a movie, Look, there's some French movie, Taxi 3. It's an action comedy. I did not speak French, but I did learn French, played the leading role with a short period of time. Our potential is tremendous. We can do anything, limitless.
I don't think it's whether there was a time when you were in television or you were in films, you were in comedy, you were in drama. There were really separations, I think, in Hollywood, and that was decades ago, and I don't think that they exist anymore, especially with all the new media. It's, if you really want to make a film now, anybody can make a film. Doesn't mean you can make a good one. It's really about the writing. That's the bottom line. Without the story and without the connection, there is nothing. So whether it's you make them laugh, like even the ladies have tonight on the panel, from Dee going from the emotion of tears from something to Holly being there and then saying something funny and everybody laughs. I mean, that is the turn on the dime that we do as actors, and the gift is really in the writing and those surrounding us. It doesn't matter the genre.
Yeah, I mean, truly, I spent, I started on a show at 19 that was on for 4 years. Nobody saw it. It was the best show nobody saw. One person did, maybe 2. But it won like 15 Emmys, critically acclaimed. It was Steve Kelly's first show that he wrote by himself, and it just was too soon. It didn't translate. It didn't find its audience. It was on Friday nights at 10 because it was so scandalous. We got blacked out, probably here too. And then, to go from that to Charmed, which was it was a commercial success. Not the deepest thing, but then I found value in the escapism of it, which was far more important than being critically acclaimed. And it's been against so many people's lives and families, and before school and after school and before work and while they're studying. And and I went to the producers often and I said, can't we just have one scene, one episode without a demon, without any action? Like, we're actors, like you could actually just do a story. You can do a story. And they were like, no, Holly, that's not the thing. This is another producer conversation. We were supposed to be pretending to value my opinion. That's cute, so that's really cute. But then I got to Pretty Little Liars, where all I did was sit at a kitchen table for 7 years. And I looked at them and I said, do I not get to kill anyone? I don't know anyone else. So perhaps I'm really screwed around the other side in every aspect of it.
Yeah, I just wanted to address a young lady who's an inspiring actress. And anybody else in here who wants to be a director or an actor or anything, don't listen to anybody else. They will try and keep you safe from their fear. When I was a high school teacher, and I said, I'm going to New York to be an actress, and everybody, my mom, said, are you crazy? Nobody knows you. You don't know anybody. I said, thanks for sharing. I'm going anyway. In less than 7 years, I started ET. live your dream and know you can do it.
Just to add a little bit, when I come to this country, they said, what do you want to be? I said, I want to be an actress. I'm learning English. They were laughing. They said, all the waiter in the restaurant are actors. I said, why they're in the restaurant? Yeah, so why not? And they said, and also every Asian come here change their name. I didn't. My name's Eileen. They said, you're going to change your school. You have to fit in, let them accept you. I said, I'm great. They have to accept who I am as who I am. I made it. From no English language. Oh, first time I come to red carpet. I go there after red and say, oh, Eileen, what you wearing? I said, I'm wearing a jacket. So, what's jacket? I said, what do you mean it's my jacket? So I came from that far without knowing the culture, nothing. Of course, I was in New York, I did audition Shakespeare. To be not, the casting director's on the phone. How embarrassing was that? But you have to follow your path. Like for me, the success for me is like this little girl, barefoot, walking in the darkness. She knows nobody knows where to go, but the moon appears to guide her to her dreams.
For the sake of time, I think these lovely ladies shared their time with us. Thank you so much. We learned a lot of great insights, so we really appreciate you taking time with your tables, your fans, and Atlanta to talk to our wonderful audience. But you know me, I want to keep the film schedule on track, so I'm going to. And we have one really cool, important thing to do before we let these ladies go. Those of you who have been here the last couple of years know that 2 years ago we started something that we called Houston Horror Icon Award. First year recipient was Felissa Rose. Last year we gave it to Heather Langenkamp. Who the fuck else can we give it to this year but Dee Wallace? Get back out there, but just one more moment, just please give them an amazing round of applause.
Okay, travelers, we are here for Sunday, Bloody Sunday at Houston Horror Film Fest. It's been a blast, guys. There are a few things left to get today. There's the big Terrifier panel, which I will be hoping to get in, which I'm running to get in line for now. And then after that, there's the cosplay contest. You know, we gotta show love to the cosplayers. And what else we happen to get, you know, while we're here, we'll see. So, come on. Okay guys, that is the line for the Terrifier panel. We're going to see if we make it. Now it goes, guys. They're a super popular franchise. And it's a great mix of the actors from the franchise. And we have the back of the line there. Everyone's still vibing. I know a lot of people probably stayed up pretty late with the after parties and such. So, hey, everyone's just chilling, man. It's just that Sunday lull. But hey, let's see how it goes, guys. Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, travelers, we made it to the Terrifier panel. As you can see, it is a full house. But hey, we're going to be posted up back here. Make sure you get a good view for all the Terrifier shenanigans.
Horror host outside of Austin, Texas. Good to see you all. I'm kind of weak. Let's try it. Good to see you all. You are in for a treat. The Terrifier franchise, collectively, is a splatter horror masterpiece that captures some of the most depraved and disgusting and disturbing content in the recent years of horror. Am I right? And that's why you love it. Am I right? Right. Today you have 6 people from the horror franchise Terrifier. So let's call them all in, starting with, I don't know if we have a specific order, so I'm just going to yell out names. Okay. How about Amelie McLean? Y'all know Jenna Canal. Samantha Scabidi. Then we have Mike Gianelli. And that's it. Let's get started. David Howard Thornton. Hello to you all. I'm going to start off with a few questions, but don't worry. I know you all have questions too, so we'll come to the audience in a moment. We only had 6 mics. If you don't mind sharing, that would be fabulous. Okay. So, the first question is, we have the 2 arts up here. 2 arts. You guys know that Art the Clown started in some shorts, in an anthology series or whatnot, and then it passed over to David. But I'm curious about what the difference is in the makeup process for Art the Clowns from you to you. It looks like there's, I know your facial structure is different. Flick that thing on the bottom.
Oh my God.
I just said flick that thing on the bottom. I realized. Everybody's filming. Oh my God.
Good stuff for the anxiety. I guess my process is definitely different than David's because it was all being learned at the time. Everything he did was brand new. Getting your face wrapped in the alginate. Yeah, that's horrifying. And just stay there for like 45 minutes without breathing, and then I'll just wrap this around there. The process was he was using all types of new chemicals, new types of things. What's reacting to my face, what glue's sticking, what's not. At least you got a couple of after when it was better, it was streamlined, right?
I definitely got a little bit better than you did. Yeah, but you also went through an evolution too, because the original was just basic.
Put a little bit of stuff on the nose, a little cheek wax. And then he decided he's gonna sculpt that out of clay, and I'm gonna learn how to get this mask on. And I think the first time it took almost 5 hours.
Oh, Jesus. That's kind of how it was when we first started filming for one, too. It's like, because he was also directing and having to set up shots, so like, David would do a little bit of my makeup, and then he'd walk away and direct some stuff and come back. And that's also when did you have to wear the cowl?
Yeah.
Ball cap?
I would have to shave my head, shave my beard, everything.
Yeah. We did the ball cap in part 1, and then we scrapped it for part 2. He's like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
Because it just took more time. Because he had to cut it and glue it and all that. And it was just like, But like for part 3, we kind of streamlined things more. Because originally, I was using, for the first 2 films, I was using the same mask that he was wearing for All Hallows Eve that was molded off of his face. Yeah, so he had to like sculpt it, or like, not sculpt it, but like glue it to my face and like shape it around my face.
Trim it down.
Yeah. Especially then, because I was skinnier then, so
I was much heavier than
that. Con food. But for part 3, we did a whole new sculpt and everything like that, so that now this one fits my face, but then I've gained weight since then, so I'm like, oh no. Oh yeah, he's got to go on a diet.
Every film, you'd be like, all right, we're going to Gateway, we're walking every day for 2 months, we're doing like 3 miles, let's go, you drop about 30 pounds.
Yep. Okay, I'm not the only one. No, he did that like right before part 3. He's like, okay, you get back to your weight you were when you did part 1 one. I'm like, oh God, I was like 130 pounds then, and I was like, I was really skinny then. I was like, oh no, I'm in my 40s, man. That just doesn't work.
All clown bodies are beautiful. That's a t-shirt. That should be a t-shirt. Amelie, speaking of clowns, can you tell us a little bit about your makeup process? It seems like it might have been a bit easier than the two arts, but was yours just cream paint, or did they have any kind of appliances on you?
I would definitely not say it was easier at all.
What? Give us the lowdown.
No, it took me about 3 hours to get into it and 3 hours to get out of it. It was my real hair, it was not a wig. So they would tease my hair up into that high ponytail and then put all sorts of like oils and stuff in it to make it stay. And then they would paint my whole body and my face. They put fake hair on my arms to add that like look. And some people think that it's my real hair.
I did. I was like, what happened?
I had a contact lens specialist on set that would numb my eyes and put my contacts in, and they were sclera contacts, which means that they covered your full eye.
It's like a dinner plate in your eyeball.
Yeah, literally. And it's thicker, it's rough. And so they have to numb my eyes and then put the contacts in, and then we start filming, and then we wouldn't get the right take, but we have to take the contacts out because you can only keep them in for like 15 minutes or it starts like killing your eye cells. So we have to take it out and then put it back in and then take it back out and put it back in. Poor kid. I had the dentures which were molded to fit my teeth. That was a lot.
I have the number of a good lawyer if you need it.
There's no trained dentist. Those teeth were terrible.
Yeah. And then obviously the costume. And yeah, that was like my whole process.
I'm surprised it took as long to get off as it was to put on.
Oh, maybe longer, honestly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that the same for you guys?
I would pick in latex for weeks out of bag.
I'd go to school, I was in 5th grade, I'd go to school with black still in my ears. And
How did the kids at school react when you would like come in?
They thought it was crazy. I don't really know what they thought. They were really like, what? And nowadays, like, obviously, Terrifier is more popular, so a lot of kids at my school know about it now. So I have a lot of kids that come up and ask me about it. I've signed, like, some of my friends' notebooks. They'll, like, hand me their, like, math textbook. They're like, can you please sign this?
If anyone breaks their arm, they're going straight to you with that cast. Right? To Amelie first. Should I open it up to the audience already? Yes, I should. We just do this. Okay. Can you yell it out? Yell it out.
It's like elaborate.
Okay, all right, stand up. Come here. Hurry.
I can't
Get over here right now. Okay, I'll come to you.
Okay, this was long. Go ahead. Okay. I'm going to say on because I'm a random character now. I have a very strong interest in gender dynamics in horror since the genre has historically reflected whatever the ongoing fear in society is. For a long time, that fear was with sexuality, and slasher genre in particular really likes to use this to intimidate its audience. I feel like Terrifier really turned this trope on its head. Catherine, you're upside down naked, but it's not inherently sexual in any way whatsoever. It's very practical and means to a horrific end. You are showing your own naked with fake boobs glued to you, and talking of like exaggerated.
It wasn't just the fake boobs.
I know.
I went away in the meow meow.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's your fault. Mocking exaggerated view of sexuality, it's a policing nudity of women in horror, and it's something which really stood out to me as, wow, this is something special. So my question is, was this a conscious attempt to subvert horror tropes regarding female nudity in horror, or was that just something that happened?
Catherine's written an article about this.
Thank you.
If you can read it in the Daily Beast if you want. I love this. Such a good question. I love talking about this. It's been like something that I've had to talk about for a long time in my career. I don't know if it was conscious on Damien's part, candidly. I do think
what's really, really cool about these films is, and what Damien has done remarkably well, is cast an incredible group of really, really dynamic, intelligent, well-versed female and non-binary filmmakers. And I think that shows on the screen and shows within the fandom. One person who doesn't get enough praise, at least in the original film, is Puya, who is a trans actress.
Because of Kelly.
Yeah.
Oh,
And- yeah. Come on, it's Jason. Yeah. Both Sam and Jenna are really amazing directors who deal with femininity and trauma of women in their films. I don't know if it was a conscious choice on Damien's part, but that's what I took to it. I thought it was, for me, in approaching that character, I think what Damien does in the first film is that he's very much paying homage to, the 70s, 80s slashers and how it's colored and how it's shot and these kind of like archetypes that have been laid out. And what I feel like, at least with the character Dawn, is that she's very similar to kind of like PJ Souls' character, Lydia in Halloween, which was like kind of, if you look at like horror history, that's kind of like given like the trope of this like silly blonde kind of character that is in every like slasher franchise. But what I think is so interesting, at least when you talk to John Carpenter about his making of that film, that was intentional, because what PJ Souls' character is doing when she says, "See anything you like," to Michael Myers, not knowing that it's Michael Myers, is she's challenging him, right? Because she's sexually empowered, she knows who she is, she knows what she wants, and Michael Myers doesn't like that, so she's like punished very brutally for that, and that's very much a commentary. Michael Myers has always been a commentary on violence against women and people of color. John Carpenter is very open about that. So I think whether that was conscious or not, that's very carried over in Terrifier, and that's what I was trying to do a little bit with Dawn, and I think she's like very much a mirror of Lydia, and what I think is really powerful is she's not only punished in the same way that Lydia is for being confident in herself, being outspoken, being sexually very open, but she's punished by the very biological thing that makes her female. And I think that's why it has its gravitas. And not only punished by the biological thing that makes her female, but the people who love her are forced to watch through Jenna's eyes, through Tara's eyes, but also through your eyes, because you've like learned to love her, Yes. And I think that has nothing to do with being naked at all. I think that is everything to do with like the power of how upsetting it is to punish someone for their gender identity.
Yeah. You must be super thrilled with that answer. That was a beautiful answer. You couldn't get better than that. I'm going to read that article. Did you guys catch that? Did you know that Samantha and Jenna are both directors?
Yep.
Amazing. Who has another question? I see you. I'm coming as fast as I can.
So I go for it right now. I have two, so I'm just going to throw them out there. My first one's for David. You starred in movies like Steamboat and The Mean One, which, those are like part of my childhood, so now unintentionally you're like associated with my childhood, if that makes sense. So how does it feel to be that for people now? And my second one is, I definitely see Terrifier being a franchise like Halloween and Scream in terms of having many, many sequels. So what are the chances that Terrifier might have like 8 or 9 sequels?
Speaking of childhood.
Toy.
Can you do that again? That was unexpected.
That is not new. You've had it at 4 conventions.
It's new to me. We have everything here. We have an essay on gender in film, and we have David Fart. And then it's our
Hours of fun, I tell you.
That's his answer to everything.
Yeah, I love bringing this in elevators with me now. Anyway, but yeah, I'm a big kid, as you can tell, so. So for Screenboat and Mean One, I had so much fun doing that because I think it's fun to like take a dark twist on like childhood favorites because I grew up in a time period where they just believed in scaring the shit out of children. It was like in the 80s, like, oh my God, everything was just dark. It's like, and I think that really prepared us for like life in a lot of ways. So I thought that was kind of fun. I was like, oh wow, I get to do my own dark twist on like some childhood favorites. Something. Both of those characters too have a strong place in my heart. I mean, first of all, the Grinch. I grew up on that story. That is the American Christmas story. That was the first real, truly American Christmas story. And I watched that every year, and then I toured with it for 5 years with How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the musical. I was actually here in Houston back in 2010, touring with that. So you might have even heard my voice on the train back then because I was doing some promo work with that. So that was fun. And so I was happy to return to that character in a fun way, especially since I was the understudy for the Grinch in that show, and our Grinch was the wonderfully talented Stephen Carl, who was Robbie Rotten from Lazy Town. And yeah. So I had a master's class in physical clowning training with him, just being his understudy. So I put a lot of what I learned from Stephen into art. Over the, even when I got cast as art, I called Stephen up and like, dude, I'm finally getting a chance to play this fun, silent, mischievous character like Mr. Bean, and because he had that love for silent comedies like I do. And I'm like, give me some tips, and he gave me some great tips. So I was glad I was able to return to that character. Unfortunately, Stephen passed away back in 2018 from cancer, and I was happy to return to that character in a whole new way, do my own dark twist on him, and then Mickey, I have a huge place in my heart for that too, because my very first leading role I ever did in the show was Mickey Mouse and Mickey's Christmas Carol in my middle school choir's production. And it is because my mom encouraged me, because I was bullied so much in school. I was very shy, very quiet, and my mom's like, you do this great Mickey Mouse impersonation, you're funny, let your classmates see this side of you. And so she encouraged me to do the show, and during the course of the show, things were going wrong. The set fell down on top of Scrooge and I at one thing. This was made out of cardboard, so we didn't die. But I just laughed. I was like, oh, Mr. Scrooge, I think we have rats. And the audience just went crazy. And then we're doing the Cratchit family dinner scene. We had this little tiny table, and we had this little tiny chicken on the table, and the table broke and like shot the chicken over the audience. And I'm like, well, I guess we have fast food tonight. and how people were laughing at what was going on, I was like, this is fantastic. And that's when I found my love for doing comedy and doing theater. Because like, wow, for the first time at this school, I am making people laugh with me instead of at me, and I was in control for once. And I was like, I found my calling right there. So being able to return to Mickey and do a new interpretation of that character was really, truly something special. So when Steve Lamort, who directed both of those films, approached me to do Mickey, he hadn't even written the script yet. He was like, I got an idea for Screenbook, because I know Mickey's going to become, or Willie is going to become public domain, and I want to jump at that before anybody else really does it. I'm like, absolutely, I am there. I don't care what you write, I am there. So I was so happy to return to that. So that's why I was happy with those films, and I'm so happy people love it. They see what we're doing, because we were going crazy and campy with it. It's like, this is not serious. I hope, and we just want people to have fun with it, and I'm glad people enjoy it. And stay tuned. You might hear more about some possible more films.
8 or 9 new films.
Yeah, well, it's for Terrifier and all that. Who knows? That's up to Damien, man. He'll probably want a house in the Hamptons and Malibu and stuff like that. So that's up to him. But I mean, I know.
That man is never leaving Jersey.
Yeah,
He's
I know.
He wants to stay here, feels back home for the rest of his life.
I don't think he's left his house. Mike can respond to that.
That is true.
Damien has 10 houses.
Damien better than all of us.
Oh, he's going nowhere.
I think in the near future you'll see a part 4 and it'll be phenomenal. And who knows, in the future anything can happen.
Can you tell us when it might start filming? Because there is an IMDb up there, but it just says pre-production.
We don't know yet. He's hard at work writing it right now, and it's like, because he's also been working on a different script for someone with a lot of prestige, and it's all coming down to, I've discovered so much about the Hollywood engine because of Damien Leone, because the things, it's a miracle movies get made, because it's not just you have a script, you have to go, especially when it's gone through the studio system, you have to go through so many different channels just to get a movie, just trying to get funding and everything. So that's what they're dealing with right now, trying to get funding for this film and getting approval for different things. It's like, that's the one thing I think Damien likes about doing his own films, is like, he gets to decide everything. He's not having to go through all these big, huge CEOs and stuff like that. He's like, I want to do this, I'm going to do it. So
It must help having established IP. I think anything new is just very difficult.
Oh, yeah.
There are pros and cons to working within the studio system.
Yeah, that's just how the whole entire thing is.
Yeah.
They can give you a lot more money for one.
Yes.
He had a trailer and a makeup chair right after we were sitting in the front row. They got makeup chairs for 6 to 8 hours.
Who is Heather? Why is she hiding her face?
Heather is the special effects artist.
Heather, please, Heather, stand up.
Gets the weekend, I have 6 to 8 hours, guys.
I'm gonna get lessons.
Down.
So that's what I wanted to talk to you, Samantha, about. Not just your process with makeup, but the character evolution and arc you go through is wild, and I feel like it's gonna get crazier in the future movie or movies. Did Damien share with you any backstory on the character, at least after Terrifier 1, or where he's wanting to go to give you some kind of direction and development?
So Damien is an amazing artist, and one thing I love about him is that his artistry evolves as the story goes. You know, after we film or something's on set, something happens, he gets inspired. He's not afraid to change something. Another pro to being a writer and director himself, and not being connected to a studio or someone else. So Vicky was someone who I always joke with anyone who I've met at my table. At every film I've done, I've always thought I was dying. So like in one, it wasn't supposed to be me who was with a news reporter. It was a past victim, and Dana's like, oh, I have an idea, let's just connect the story, which then I survived. To Art the Clown, we had originally filmed with Chris Jericho, him coming out of the back of my head. And Melina came out like not even a month or so after. We hadn't even edited the scene, and Dana's like, fuck, we need to go back to the drawing board, or like, we cannot do that scene, which then kept me alive. And then he obviously had the genius idea for me to birth the head. So yeah, it was after too that Dana's like, I have this idea, and I'm really excited by it. And he's like, what if Vicky takes this turn and she becomes a villain? And it explains, the supernatural Art the Clown and all that stuff. So I was just like kind of along the journey with Damien, and always just amazing surprise and really grateful for the arc, and also the fact that you don't see it often where final girls or women who've been traumatized specifically in movies, where you see the other effect, which is that not everyone always overcomes their trauma. And that's something that I love that's different about this series, is it defies the trope. It's like you have a character who's been so traumatized, it's literally been taken her identity away from her and everything that she loves. And she succumbs to that, and that's where you get Vicky, Hayes, and 3, and that was really exciting to kind of go on that journey as an actor in one film, in one series. So.
We're excited to see where the journey takes you in 4. At least I am. Who has another question? Oh, right here.
So for part 3, what was it like filming Vicky after the bathtub scene?
Oh, you want to know about the glass? I'm very, I'm very open about this. I thought it was going to be totally fine, because at that point I knew Damien, I knew, everyone, David, everyone. I was like, oh, it's a family. You probably didn't actually want to know the glass. You just want to know that, like, where it's just the villain and not Vicky anymore. But the glass scene was very uncomfortable to film. But like I said, I thought it was going to be fine. But when you get to set and they call action, everything is dead silent, and Damien wants a very realistic depiction. And all your friends are kind of in the dark. It can get a little weird. And of course, David was my eyeline.
That was really weird.
I was staring at David the whole time. David at one point did turn his head in disgust. He wasn't like, yeah, keep going. He was like absolutely crazy.
But it's weird because I you know, like Sam's kind of like my sister now, and so I'm just like, this is.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Not Vicky. Sam. Sure. But we built that relationship.
You're on thin ice.
No. But it was just so like, this is okay, this is getting very, very weird. I cannot make eye contact.
And Damien was so uncomfortable too that he almost left set. That's why he wrote it. So, but other than that, the prosthetics were really intense, and playing Vicky as the villain was phenomenal. I loved it. I loved fucking with everyone, working with amazing actors, Lauren, David, Mark, Antonella, everyone. It's been
Vicky's face looks like when people get attacked by gorillas.
Well, so I think that's what's disturbing about Vicky's, her face, and is because she's modeled after face transplants. Which I always second guess myself, but I believe David mentioned part of the inspiration was tragically the woman who had been attacked by the chimpanzee.
That's what it looks like.
Which, the irony of the connection of this is, I believe it happened 3 miles from where I grew up. So it's a weird little thing to come around, yeah. But it makes it terrifying, and I think subliminally very uncomfortable for people, because when I first put that mask on in the makeup chair, I had a little bit of a panic attack. Because I was like, oh man, this is actually a horrible thing that can happen to people, and this is their experience. It becomes very visceral when you actually think about that.
It also has a bit of that uncanny valley, because there are facial features, but not quite right.
Exactly.
And you guys already answered a follow-up about what was one of the hardest special effects kill scenes, even though that wasn't a kill scene, but you answered that question. So coming back for more, who's got one? I'm gonna go way to the back. I think so, it is this. Okay.
So this question is for Mr. David. One of the most horror-like and hilarious things about art and Terrifier 2 is how much you communicate without saying a single word. In scenes like the store encounter or meeting Santa, your expressions swing from like childhood life to pure menace within seconds. How do you develop that range of silent expression, and what goes through your head in the moment to make it clear and vivid to the audience?
Well, like I said, first of all, I had a great instructor, mentor with Stefan, so I learned so much from him, but I also had a great education growing up watching silent films. I love silent comedy. I was watching Charlie Chaplin, the Marx Brothers, Mr. Bean. I was like, my aunt gifted me a box set of Mr. Bean videos when I was like 12 years old, and I would just watch them over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And I just love that style of acting. And I feel like that's something you don't see anymore. And so I wanted to bring that aspect to the characters. I always felt like that would distinguish art from all these other silent killers that have come beforehand. Plus, that way you could have the great charisma, the funny charisma that like Chucky and Freddy had, but you can mix that with the silent killer that you have with Jason and Michael Myers and all that. So I just had a lot of fun with that, and I just Damien just let me play around on set a lot with that. It's like when he wrote part 1, he didn't know me at the time, so we discovered this thankfully early on when we were filming, because we filmed the pizzeria scene pretty early in that process, and that's where I think everything really clicked into place with the character. And because he's like that, with all the faces I was making at the table, he was like, Dave, because the script said Art makes a few faces at Tara, and he's like, Dave, we're just gonna turn the camera on, just make some faces. And I just started goofing around making faces. And he forgot to turn on, he forgot to say cut, so I kept going for like 5 minutes. I just kept going, and he did say cut, okay, He's like, oh God, yes, cut. And then also when I did The Ring with Tara, it's like this my little hop up and jump to the bathroom. He's like, that's great, keep doing that with the character. So, because I think originally he didn't want art to be too clownish, but he was like, this kind of works for the character. He wanted him to be more like just a normal person, just in clown makeup. And he's like, this actually kind of works in a weird way. And once he saw how the audiences responded to that in part one, he's like, I'm gonna write some more of these fun little goofy scenes for you in part two. And he basically in the script he just said like, you know, the costume shop scene, he's like, there's a bunch of props and art plays with props. And it's like, we'll just figure that out when we're in the room with it all. So I just had a field day with the props and just went crazy with it. And I was with the Sansa scene in the bar in part 3, which is probably my favorite thing I've ever filmed. Because not only was I just being given a chance just to do my thing, I'm able to do my thing with these men that I have watched in movies and TV shows my whole entire life, like Clint Howard, Brendan Stryker, and Daniel Roebuck. And that was just pure joy for me. And Damien even came to us, he's like, I wrote words. You guys are awesome, so have fun with it. And so, you know, all 3 of them were just making up things, and that was just lobbing comic gold my direction so I could just play off of them, especially Danny, like when we're doing the torture scene, he's just making up this great whole entire backstory with his family and how they, I'm like, this is great, keep on, and it was just, so I just get to play. And that's what I love. I love being able to play. But for myself, I make up my own dialogue in my head. So it gives me something to react off of, and things just happen organically. I don't even know I make some faces and stuff like that. So Dave is like, oh my God, Dave, do that again. I'm like, what did I do? It's like the O face in the costume shop in part 2. I did not know I did that. And he's like, do that again. I'm like, what? And I'm like, oh my God, oh, wow, that's great. Okay, cool. It's just like, that's what I love about Damien. He's just so actor friendly. He has his ideas about what he wants. He's very specific about what he wants, but he also is open to ideas from other actors and also other crew members. It's like, hey, if we can make this better, let's make it better. And he's a lot of fun to work with in that way.
There's something about switching back from the goofy performative art to the murderous demon art that is not only terrifying, but epic. And I think that's what makes the characters so amazing. It's like, where's the glasses lady? Yeah, right here. Will you stand up? This I see all over the place now from that scene with these glasses, all the flower glasses. Look at that. I've seen them on earrings everywhere. All right, who's next? Anyone? Okay.
Those people that made those glasses originally have got to be loving us.
Oh yeah.
And probably at first like, why are these things selling so much?
Hi, yes, I have a question for David. You are right up there with Ray Park, the guy that plays Darth Maul, in the way that you emote and you don't speak. Would you ever consider collaborating with him?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a huge Star Wars nerd especially, so I would like, oh my God. And then I would be happy being a stormtrooper in the background. Almost everything.
This is for everyone. So horror movies have a lot of really great kind of versus crossover stuff. Freddy versus Jason, Alien versus Predator, Psycho versus Hyena, all of those. So for each of y'all, who do you think would be the best versus to go up against just the Terrifier franchise?
Art versus Jaws.
Art de hoo-ha.
That's King Kong. Little minus art.
I would really love to see, this is like a more obscure character, but I think it'd be such a fun mashup. It could just be a silent film as Art going up against the janitor character from Willy's Wonderland. Plus, it's Nicolas Cage, man.
wonderful to work with.
Hey guys, my question is to all of y'all. I was wondering how y'all casted for everybody, and what was your reaction when you saw what your role was?
Let's start with Mike.
I didn't have a choice. He just said, hey man, you want to go sit on a bench and be a clown? Make a couple of years, and I was like, alright. So I sat there, and now here I am.
Jenna, what about you?
Mike was in a short film that Damien did long ago called The Ninth Circle. And before Terrifier was even a twinkle in Damien's uterus, he was going to The Ninth Circle as a feature film. And I don't remember how, neither Damien or I can remember how we met, but we somehow met or got connected, and I was originally going to be in The Ninth Circle feature film. Yeah, so we were always destined to meet as well, apparently. But when it seemed like he was going to make Terrifier first instead of The Ninth Circle, he reached out to me and he was like, hey, do you want to do this other movie instead? It seems like this one's what's going to happen first. And I read the script and I was like, you twisted fuck.
Samantha, what about you?
So Gino Caparelli plays the pizzeria owner in Terrifier 1. And out of school, I did a little spec short for him. It was for feature, or spec for feature, sorry. So it was a short. And when Damien was looking for actors and actresses, he asked Gino, and Gino had recommended me, and then I auditioned and got the part. What was the second question?
Was there a second? I think it was.
What was my reaction?
Reaction to the role.
Oh God! What was my reaction to the script? I didn't know. I say this all the time. I didn't know who Mark the Clown. No one knew Mark the Clown was, and until I hadn't seen Ninth Circle. I hadn't seen All Hallows Eve, and until David embodies Art the Clown, he doesn't really jump off the page. So when you're reading a Damien Leone script, especially Terrifier, and you're reading he writes out the scenes. So you're reading some pure violence. And I at one point was like, I can't fucking do this. This guy is crazy. And I have no idea why I said yes. Very happy I did. I had nothing to do.
Yeah, I remember being like, well, no one's gonna see this movie.
That's exactly what I thought. I was like, you know what? I'm not doing anything. I need some money, and no one's gonna fucking see this.
Catherine, what about you?
I did some work for Troma that premiered at Cannes. It was like a very prestigious festival, so how I ended up here. But one of the effects artists on that film was an amazing effects artist who has passed away, Doug Sackman, incredible human. And he used to run these things called the New York City Zombie Crawls, where it was literally a crawl with zombies through the streets of New York City. Why? No one knows. But he would use it as a way for effects artists to build portfolios. So if you were trying to build a portfolio for $50 a head, you could do effects makeup on people that wanted to participate. And Damien Leone was one of those people. And so when Damien was looking to do a film to showcase more of his effects stuff, because originally he just wanted to be an effects artist, he asked Doug, and Doug was like, I know this girl, she goes down for some crazy shit, and so we met, and I was supposed to actually do some sort of Ken read with David, but when I showed up, David wasn't there, it was just Phil. And the producer? Yeah, it was I didn't know it was Phil, but I just walked in, I was like, I thought Phil was maybe the guy playing the clown, I didn't really know. It was all kind of weird. And so I just kind of they were like, yeah, we just want make sure it's gonna work, and I was like, cool, and so I did the pizzeria scene that I do with David, but with Phil, our producer, and the exact way that I do it with David.
You sat on his lap and then...
I don't think I sat on his lap, but I think I definitely moved his face round and around, and everyone's hysterically laughing, and I was like, wow, I'm really crushing it. I didn't know it because Phil's hilarious.
That's one of my favorite scenes in the movie, by the way, and then the callback at the end. You did a great job, and you two, the chemistry is great, by the way. Yeah, you too.
Yeah, we're
aren't fucking clowns.
Isn't that the truth?
Amelie.
They're fucking everywhere. That's a really cool line in Renfield that like kind of harkens to that.
Yeah, I improv the line about dreaming about clowns, and they ended up keeping it in the movie because Chris McKay, the director, is, which is the Nicolas Cage Dracula movie, as a fan of Terrifier.
You get a pod?
Okay, so my mom found the audition for me. She found it online on a website. She found it for me. So I just sent in a video of myself making creepy faces in the mirror. I had like a black wig on, and I had like some like white like paint on, and I had this big lollipop that was like the size of my face. And I just like sent in a video of me just like doing creepy faces and playing around with the lollipop. And a few days later, Damien called my mom and was like, "Hey, we think Alden would be really great for this role." And she's like, "I don't know, like I'll have to talk to her first about it." And she told me how like it was gonna be a lot, with, like all the contacts and everything, because I was 11, so I didn't really know, but I wanted like experience, and I loved acting, so I was like, "Yeah, we'll do it." And so we flew from North Carolina to New York, and we met Damien, and he did some like makeup practice on me and stuff like that. And then I got the role, and I think I went maybe 5 times to New York and back to film my scenes.
Where are you from?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yeah, you definitely sound different than Mike. So I love it though.
Do you hear a country accent?
Oh,
She just means we're not saying Terrifier.
David, tell us about your casting.
For me, I had just come off of my last tour for Grinch, and I had decided to take off like 4 months just to live off of unemployment from Grinch, because I wanted to really just focus on auditioning instead of waiting tables, because that's such a distraction. And I was still a big musical theater guy, so I was up for like 5 or 6 different Broadway tours and final callbacks, and every single one of them fell through for one reason or another. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm so close to something finally changing. Good, come on. And then I came across this like random casting call for Terrifier, and I had never done film work before, and I was like, oh, this could be fun, because I had seen All Hallows Eve, and I was like, oh my God, I know this character, because I loved Mike's performance of that. I was like, that is such cool. Like when I saw it the first time, I was like, that character's like an evil Mr. Bean. I remember thinking, I was like, this is an evil Mr. Bean type of character. I'm like, God, I would love to play a character like that one day. So when I saw that audition, I was like, oh, I want to do this. I want to do this. This is. I can do something fun with this character. And I approached the agent I had at the time, and she was like, absolutely not. She's like, this is a low-budget independent film. You only get paid like $100 a day. This is not.
You got paid?
You got beer.
$6.
But it was just like, she was like so adamant against it, and I was just like, and I was just insistent, because I wanted to finally have experience doing something on film. And I was like, look, this is gonna give me something I can use for a reel one day. And I can finally learn the lingo. I can just get comfortable in front of the camera. This would be great, you know?
No one's gonna see this movie.
Exactly. No one's gonna see this movie. And I went in there and just got it. It was like I had to improvise a scene where, that's another thing that scared the crap out of me. I walk in there at the audition, and here it is, my first big film role that I'm auditioning for. And everybody else has got scripts, and I don't have a script. I'm like, oh God, no. It's like, she sabotaged me. She didn't send me a script. So I go and ask them there, I'm like, can I please get a script? Like, oh no, your agent should have sent you that. I'm like, oh, no. So I'm like, I'm spiraling. And they call me in the room, and I'm like, it's just Damien and Phil. And I'm like, guys, I am so sorry, no one gave me a script. And they're like, oh, that's okay. Art doesn't talk. I'm like, cool. So what do I do now? What do you want to do? Like, just come up with a scene where you decapitate someone and you're very happy about decapitating them. And go! I'm like, okay. And you can see that audition online now. And it's just, I just improvised this. I don't know where this came from in my head, but I did something where I just cartoonishly snuck up behind my victim and knocked them out, took out a hacksaw and sawed off their head, and then picked up the head, tasted the blood, didn't like the taste of it, so I took out the salt shaker and seasoned it. I'm like, yum. I got a thumbs up and just skipped out my merry way. And they're just like, hey, like they're laughing their heads off. And they're like, can you just come back in for a makeup test? And like, great, because I know that never happens where someone asks you for something like that for the first audition. Usually you have to go back for multiple callbacks. But then I didn't hear anything for a few months. And I was like, dang, man. And then like a few months later, I get like a message from Dave saying, hey, come in for the makeup test. I'm like, oh, sweet. So I go in there and he's putting the makeup on me and everything like that. And I'm like, does this mean I have the part? He's like, oh, yeah.
Did your agent not tell you?
No!
No, she referred to as the former.
Yes, exactly. And then the best part was, I had one final audition I had to do after I had the makeup on. He's like, I just ordered pizza. Going into the door is art. So much fun.
Please tell us how that went.
Oh yeah, the guy just comes up, I open this in the middle of the day on Staten Island in like August, and I open the door, and the guy's like, oh, hell no. And I just like hand up the money, it's like, oh god, he just like, runs back to his car. And I go out, and the neighbors are out playing, with my little kid playing in the yard. I'm like, it was like Phil's house he was renovating at the time, so they're like, how dare you say this happened? And they're like, you got the part.
All right, yellow shirt, here you go.
Hi, my husband and I have been kind of doing the reverse and watching like all the original like All Hallows Eve Night Circle. And, like there's also like a short film version of Terrifier prior to the feature length film. Do you see like a callback kind of like Damien or maybe it's like the feature iteration, a callback to like any of the other horror characters and like the original Night Circle maybe coming up in the future? Would you be open to it to seeing some of those other characters?
Here's a deep cut that Damien does not ever talk about. Watch Frankenstein versus the Mummy. That is a movie that Damien directed.
Talk about a crossover.
Yeah, bring them back. Where are you gonna fight those guys?
Wait, did you work? Are you also Frankenstein?
Oh. He asked me to be here, and I said the same answer where he asked me to Terrifier 2000 is. I said, no. No, I'm good. He's like, you sure? I'm like, it's going to be a little bit easier. He's like, no, it's the same as some of the other stuff. I went to the set, and it was wild. Like, when he was trying to do it. And then I saw the movie, and I was just like, oh, thank God I was not on that.
There is a callback, though, in the part 3 to the original. It was like when we're on the bus. There, of course, the girls reading the book says Night Circle on it.
And that was his original idea to do it on a bus, and then we tried to do it on a moving train in Staten Island, and it just you couldn't even do it. It got shut down by people, so we wound up in the Night Circle of the movie. It was just a room in a Seaview that he just made to look like a train station.
So that was kind of like a callback to like the original idea, like the Terrifier.
I wish I would have known that. I wish I would have known. I would have loved to have been the bus driver.
I know.
So this book had Night Circle on intentionally. It was like
There's also, the circus sign that ends up on my corpse or on someone else's corpse, because you'll notice my hair suddenly gets a lot longer once I'm dead. Easter egg. That sign was also in the original show.
He was on the road.
And no, it's a different sign, but I think it's
the
meant to be
original one might be behind my old furniture at my mom's house.
incredible. Shout out to Mom.
One more question. So, what do you all like unanimously feel like is the scary? Like, if you weren't in the Terrifier movie, you were like an audience member. What do you all unanimously think is the scariest scene out of all 3 movies?
I think
just walking down that alley in the first one, I mean, like, to see that in the middle of the night, to see this guy just waving at a bunch of girls, that's just creepy in itself.
I feel the pizza cafe scene is the most unsettling to me.
I don't really know. I don't really know what's the most upsetting. I've only watched it twice. I don't really know. I think I haven't seen the glass scene, but as just like I don't know, as like Sam and I talked a lot about like stuff. Just as like a woman with the trauma that is being a woman, that I think would really get me. I think, yeah, and I'm sure she gives like a brilliant performance that like a lot of people like only Sam could be able to tap into.
We're gonna let Kate watch it when she's older.
I liked the first kill scene in Terrifier 2 in like the morgue. I feel like that's a very underrated scene and it was really scary for me. So yeah, I did that.
I guess from the ones I've done, I mean, I could go with David's scenes, but the ones I've done, definitely the most reaction I saw from people watching is when they open the door and the Terrifier short of the third film are walking, I'm sawing the head off, and then the lift up, and then I love the scene where I come out of the ground.
Yeah,
That's what's funny about that. That was improvised that day. So originally, I believe Damien had bought a pattern of broken breakable glass, and I was supposed to come through the window. But when we went to put it in the room, there was like metal bars, and he couldn't get that off. So him and I believe Gary and Cafaro at the time just thought that. They took the shed with a cement floor, went out and bought dirt, gathered leaves, but then it took a folding table, cut out a little hole in it, and then put a black garbage bag over it, covered it with leaves, trees, put a little hole in it, and said, when I yelled go, come through that. And I was in the makeup for 13 hours at that point that day. So that shot of me coming out was, where I'm looking was Damien. And I'm just like, when I get out of this table. I think that day was when I got out and he clapped and he said, good cut, go take it off. And I was like, finally, it was ripped by the nose. Mad here, fuck you guys, I'm gone. Until the next time he called me up, he said, you ready to do it again this week? I'm like, okay, let's just go. And I'm happy I did because I wouldn't have been here with all you little people that these ones. I always knew that the Terrifier short All Hallows Eve would have made a mark in the horror community would know it. What these Terrifiers are doing, especially 3 and your performances and all your performances, is now bringing people who never wanted to see horror into horror. If you start your horror journey with any of these things, there's nothing you're going to see from the past that is going to scare you anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Good job, guys.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I had 2 questions to ask. One is for everybody. So, kind of jumping back on what you said earlier about The Grinch and Steamboat, what Disney / Dr. Seuss properties would you like to see happen in a horror film? That's for everybody.
I'm gonna skip because I have no fucking idea. Great question and a hard question for me.
I don't know. Make Monsters Inc. dark.
Like Add Real Monsters.
But yeah,
That's good. That's good. That's good.
I want to see a fucked up 1 fish, 2 fish.
Fucked up all the places you'll go.
All the places you'll die.
All the places you won't go.
Sex Toy Story.
Talk about Andy.
Here comes Andy!
Buzz Lightyear, right? Talk about Woody too, no? Second question, directly for Mr. David. Slapping Sienna, was that improvised or was that...
Oh my gosh, Chris Brown moment.
surprised by Damien because he's like, God, this scene is getting so dark and morbid. People are going to start slashing their wrists if we don't do something. And what you don't understand, that scene was even darker in the original script. We just ran out of time. That was about twice as long that scene was going to be, and it got some really dark places. But when we're filming that bit there, Dave's like, "Dude, this is getting dark." Dave, just slap her every time you go by. And it's also a callback to the first film when I was slapping Tara in the back of the head. So I thought that was a good full circle moment there, but. I felt so bad because we had to do so many different takes from so many angles because Damien loves his angles and he loves his multiple takes. And poor Lauren is just sitting there because like the performance she's giving in that scene, she's going balls to the wall crazy with it, and she's literally taped down to this chair for hours because she wanted to.
Relatable.
Yeah.
It's so interesting what you're saying because I think like Lauren is so definitely like Jamie definitely pulled from Jenna in the casting of Lauren. I think it's like so obvious. They look like identical.
Art has a type.
Yeah, like, they look like they could be like sisters, you know, not like to take anything away from Sam also. They do, and I think like, and you know, Jenna is this incredible stunt performer. Actually, the only one in the franchise who can actually. We all have a stunt background, but she is the only one who can call herself a stunt performer because she actually doubles. And yeah, applause.
That's my first time ever doing a real fight scene or anything like that. I did not know. I was a comedy guy. I was a musical theater. I was a song and dance man. And I'm having to do this whole fight scene, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm so glad I had Jen there because she has that experience doing stunt work, so she was actually helping.
Did she choreograph it?
Yeah,
She was
helping me through it. It's like, I was so worried about hurting her. I was like, especially like where I'm having to go at her eyes. I was like, I don't want to hurt her. She doesn't do it. If it goes wrong, just I'll let you know. But she was also telling me the right place to put the thumbs on her eyes so I could actually press in and not actually hurt her eyes or anything like that. But that's also where I call it my Plan 9 of outer space moment because I'm like, this is the thing where I'm supposed to be choking her. And we did other takes where I actually didn't have my hands around her throat. Somehow Damien wasn't able to use those takes. So the take he had to use where I thought it was just a close-up shot. So I didn't really have my hands around her. So it was like force choking her. It drives me crazy. But, and then also we had the night where you had to hit me with the board.
Yes, my favorite.
You want to explain that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you. I mean, it takes someone to being like that communicative that makes a really big difference, and like it's definitely a team sport for sure. The night with the board was a lot of fun. We shot it 2 different ways. We had one board that was a real 2x4 for the shots where we were cheating the angles and I'm not actually hitting him, and then we had a rubber 2x4 for when I was actually smacking him around.
But then it broke. And that had a little wooden dowel in it that was in it. It's broken on the first test we did.
I'm just so strong, you guys.
And this is where I was like, I was so grateful that she has that experience doing stunt work and everything because we had to use the real board for when she has to whip that thing towards my face. And I had to
Something you should do.
Oh no. And I had to just trust in her the whole entire time to not hit me because that thing was coming so close to my face. And she's like, Dave, just do not move. I am staying right here. And we had to take after takes because I would flinch before it would come. I'm like, oh no, gotta do it again. It was scary. That was scary. But it is all because of her that I am still alive.
Thank you so much for attending this panel. Don't leave because there's going to be a selfie. But I wanted to say, Terrifier 1, I remember seeing you guys in the conventions years ago, before it blew up. I remember that, and then I've been following your journey and watching everything grow, all the way up to Terrifier 3 being the highest grossing non-rated film of all time. Please give a round of applause to everyone.
Well, travelers, we got lucky, so we got the Terrifier panel. We got maybe roughly an hour before we have the cosplay contest. So, you know, we're gonna hang out a bit, see what vendors I can possibly grab, and get back to the horror fun, guys. People are getting those last photo ops and such, but hey, I'm just soaking all of the HHFF fun that there is to have. Alright, and one of my favorite parts of Houston Horror Film Festival, everyone's vibing, hanging out in the lobby, chilling, loving that shirt, man. It's dope. Old school. That's right, man. All the classics over there, man. And everyone's just having a good time, man. You got the hunt actors over there, giving plenty of scares, having a good time. Hey, man, I absolutely can't get enough of these moments, guys. And there's only like an hour left, guys. So, well, an hour left before I have to actually get to the cosplay contest. That was cool that Jamie Kennedy walked past me. Oh, very cool. Hey, guys. If you have never been to a Houston Horror Film Fest, make sure to come and check it out because it is worth the trip. You meet so many great people, guys. The Texas horror community sure knows how to party. Alright, guys, and as I'm walking down, as I mentioned the cosplay contest, we have the contestants for said contest lining up to be judged. Guys, there's so many great looks. And of course, we're gonna get a prime view of them later on, guys. They all look so great, don't you think? Guys, we got Linda Blair and Dee Wallace right there chilling.
All right, guys, I guess we're gonna start something.
They should tag me on Instagram and everything like that for sure. They'll try to do better about taking pictures with people that watch the channel and stuff like that. So I'm like, okay. Thank you so
All right, guys, let's get started with the cosplay contest here at the Houston Horror Film Fest. I'm Cassie Moon, and we got Willie Baca.
Hi.
We got Sense Artistry. Hi. And SoCal, or is it SoCal? SoCal, Letterman.
SoCal. He came all the way here from California.
We love you for it!
Oh. As long as you don't bring his Teslas, we're good.
All right, and we're gonna start with the kids cosplays first. So, let's give a round of applause, please. Bloody Shark.
Baby Shark. That's a Galveston shark.
So everyone, your And up next, we have Spring Bonnie.
Oh, that's super cool.
That's creative.
Wow, that is awesome.
Everyone's trying super hard to be here and it's courage. And now we're gonna go with Emily.
All right, Emily.
Billy Loomis.
I can't even see out of my left eye. How'd you kill him?
What did you do? Cosplayers can actually.
Do the exact same thing you did earlier. Therapy is a good thing to have.
That was.
And now give it up for Foxy.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Make sure you guys come all the way to the front, okay? So we can take a look right over there.
I can't see out of my left eye.
You're terrible, Judge.
Together we make one person.
Why'd you say that?
So
Okay,
when they
now
come back
we
to
go with
film,
the
we go
creepers. And lastly, Ghostface. Sorry to the kids, cosplayers. That was amazing. Give another round. Tiffany. Now Billy from the song.
Oh, Billy.
That's gonna be a long drive.
He has some really strong legs. Tiger it. Awesome, awesome, awesome. You gotta do a 3-point turn. There you go.
And now we have Jack and Sally.
Oh.
Alright.
I guess that's a no. Oh, yeah, right.
Next mango from Five Nights at Freddy's.
But now.
No. All right.
No mango.
All right. Next up, the Nun.
Alec.
Don't look at me.
Okay, next up, Pyramid Head.
Pyramid Head. Killing it and killing it and killing it well. Here we go. I didn't say that. It was SoCal. Those are him.
Can we get a swing of that big spoon? Keep the cheering, come on.
Yeah! Whoa! Oh, here it comes. Oh, whoa! Oh, yeah, good. Same for you. I'm blessed.
Nice job.
Awesome. You tonight.
And next we have a group, so that's Dark World.
You guys are scaring me.
Everybody's delicious!
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Next up, Sunnyville Nurse.
I like those nurses. They know I'm gonna get sick soon. Don't make noises. They go by noises. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
And next up, Infected Wendigo Hunter.
Nice, Wendigo.
Now, Eric Draven.
Nice.
I don't know if you know this, but there's a bird on your head.
And now Leprechaun.
Wow. That's a little bit of bribery. I can't drink this.
I got a special food.
Hey, that's mine. That's mine. It's my rose. What is this?
Art the Clown.
Watch your butt.
You know, in the movie, he acted a lot like this, and everybody that was here died. Are you gonna die? Whoa. Take her face. Take her face. Oh, sorry. No, don't take her face.
Yes, take it. Oh, good.
Hey, you're gonna die. Great job, great job. I see you. I see you see me. I'm diabetic. Bye-bye. Great job, great job.
Holly.
You got the best cosplay. So comfortable. Oh, I thought you were gonna bite the table. Somebody feed this guy.
Oh.
Oh, whoa, this is a family event?
And now, Dr. Venkman.
Yeah, you missed one. Don't point that at me.
No job too big, no fee is too big.
In Texas. It's hot. It's too hot for that.
Leatherface Chop Top.
I love it.
And Ghostface. Torch Pinhead, Black Tunnler. Yeah, from Puppet Master, right?
You're bad as a toy, and now they're big.
I love how the mouth actually opens on toys.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
You guys are awesome. Nope, stop, nope. Don't do it, don't kill me. Oh! How does he drive a car?
Alrighty, Billy Loomis.
Oh! Awesome.
Williams and Michael Myers.
Here we go.
And next, Allied Master Computer.
Hey, can you put it on Naked in the Trade? I'm gonna miss it here. That is really cool. I don't know how they can see through that with a TV.
Marion Stack from Sinners.
Ooh. Are you in a river dance? River dance.
Do it, do it, do
We need one for her. Yeah.
Thank you guys. Angels and Raven of Death.
There you go.
All right, go follow. Now.
Oh, whoa, hey, no fighting. I love
Thank you guys.
We're looking for
Thank you for participating. This was super fun. Now we gotta give some time to the judges. How much?
Guys, I just want to tell you, this was the hardest year. Not even gonna lie, there was so many good ones.
Thanks,
It
guys.
was really, really tough. So please be kind to the ones that get, what's the word? Chosen. Because everyone's a winner, right? Woo! Clap for everyone back there.
This was a hard year and a half. We went out there and we argued for like 3 hours. We finally got a decision.
We're gonna start with the kids first.
And then there's also the from the
Starting with the kids category, in third place, we have the Corpse Bride, Emily.
Oh, there she is. We're gonna get something. I don't know. It's a puppy.
Thank you, Emily.
All right, in second place, this was hard too. Spring Bonnie.
There you go. Stay up here. Stay right there. All right. So we went back to that. And we argued for hours. And this one really captured our hearts.
Is it Megan?
Because it was adorable.
Oh no, like for the kid.
The number one child winner. You ready?
Yeah.
Paper.
Dude, that almost got me crying. Don't do the thing, do that.
That was pure joy. I really wish we had like 20 places because this one was really hard, like I said before.
And so just know that you were all great. It was just too many, just too many. Thank you all.
You guys did an amazing job, all of you. Even the crowd.
They are very right. They say that this was not an easy choice. But for the adult division, in third place, we have Pinhead, Tunneler, Torch, and Blade.
Yeah, someone that hurt the one hand. What do you want?
It's so good.
Yeah, that's a lot of.
So funny.
To the left. Slide to the left. That is to your right. That is still to your right.
Technically, let's direct him.
A la izquierda, por favor. Give him a round of applause.
Second place, because we love gold, Leprechaun.
There was a guy with a TV head that was really, really good.
Alright. Again, another fight that we had back there. Me and SoCal really got into it. Me and Cindy really got into it. Cheaper place. Yeah, we got into it really bad. So this person did a fantastic job. It was really nightmarish. It was Jack and Sally from
Well, guys, that was the cosplay contest. Always a treat because they always get amazing participation from the attendees, guys, and they really represent, even the kiddos. That little creeper was quite the show stealer, if I say so myself. But guys, this is like the last little bit of Houston Horror Film Fest, guys. It's always a bittersweet moment, but there's always going to be another occasion for us to get together. That's the cool thing about the Houston Horror Film Fest. The promoters and the people who throw the event, they do all sorts of pop-ups throughout the year. So, if you're able to check out one of those, it's a great day of fun, guys. So, let's go and see what else we have in store for us, but that may be actually it for us, guys. But let's go and see. It's incredibly quiet, guys. It kind of feels like how it is like on Thursday or, the early minutes of Friday. Man, so sad that it has to end, guys. But hey, it's always a reason for us to come and do it again next year. So I'm always looking forward to it. And it's been a blast. Hey guys, unless we have, guys, we have so much support here with the Horror Greenbook, guys. It's a blast. Well, travelers, that would do it for me here at Houston Horror Film Fest. 4th year in a row, guys. I had to double check the stats. 4 years, guys, and it just continues to be a blast. I meet so many of you guys who support the channel. The list goes on and on. All of my friends that I've met in previous years. This is the reason why I continue to come to this convention year after year. So I definitely recommend you guys check it out. If you enjoyed this video, go ahead and hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed. Hit that notification bell so that you are aware of new content when it drops. And go ahead and drop a comment in regards to anything that you saw here at the Houston Horror Film Fest, guys. I am your travel guide, Brendon, signing off and letting you know that it is scary in those streets. So let me know that you made it home safely.